And I'm a big believer in having really good meters for certain type of projects for each one of those functions, whether it be a hygrometer. So you need to understand what application you're doing. But obviously times change, technology improves. Some of these meters are really good. This particular meter is really good. The kit comes with all kinds of accessories to measure different things, to be able to tap into wood, to be able to go past these little pins over here to go past the drywall and be able to measure and see if insulation is wet. You have multiple meters that do this, like that Delmhorst Navigator that I mentioned also is a good combo meter. My biggest drawback with combo meters for personally is that a lot of the times they have a lot more functions that I need on my projects. Number one, and number two is if I lose that meter, I've now lost all my meters, and it's not something that I really want to face on a project.
Well, that was one of the things that I had seen over the years that you had just mentioned about the sensitivity of the meters, that you give up some sensitivity when you have all these different devices combined together. It's really good with one or two things, but a few of the other ones aren't as good. And of course, the other thing is if something happens, you drop the meter, you break it, you've lost everything,
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the other one is they are pricey. They are pricey to have a combo meter. They're less pricey than buying really good meters of each one, mind you, but nonetheless, as to have one meter that can go bad or get dropped or for now you're talking anywhere between $1,200 to $1,500 for top end meters, in the hands of a technician can be a problem. It's if it's your personal hands and you're very good with your equipment, you take care of it like I do, they'll probably last you for a lifetime. But we know that as it goes from hand to hand, that level of care might change. So that also comes into play. How rugged are your meters? And that's one of the things that I look for. I like rugged equipment. I like equipment that I can take on the construction job, and it's going to make it to the end of the day. So that's important to me. Absolutely.
One of the questions that comes up a lot is, what should I buy, a pinned or a pinless? And I always talk to them about, well, the pinless doesn't do any damage. You got to go to a different level of dealing with the consumer that you're working with about having pinholes all over the place. And depending on what you're doing, if you're testing carpeting, you're not going to see, like you're testing sheetrock, all these little pinholes all over the place, so you got to be prepared to build back. But you have a favorite either way, pinned or pinless?
Well, my particular answer to that is always I have both. And because it also depends on application, right? You do a lot of assessments. You've done a lot of assessments in your time, and during an assessment, in an assessment, a lot of the times you're not really looking to poke holes into a drywall, because like you're saying, you're creating damage to the drywall. On another type of project, for example, a drying project, that becomes a little bit less important. You're in an emergency situation and you need documentation that's going to be easy to explain down the road, either to maybe it's an insurance claim to an adjuster, or maybe you go to court, something like that. And in that case, a pin moisture meter is definitely going to be a lot easier to explain, because it's showing you some moisture content versus a relative reading. And relative readings can be one of those things that's difficult to explain or people to grasp in a short amount of time. On the other hand, both are great. So one of the things that I tend to do is I start with non-penetrating, and then I'll document the edges, the far corners. So once I get to the far corners, I'll document them with a pin moisture meter. I've gotten really good at taking those pin moisture meters in areas where you're not going to be able to see those little holes. There's ways to do that. And then I'll take one in the center, so I have some serious documentation with my pin moisture meter, and then I have a little bit more documentation with my non-penetrating. But both are incredibly important. Some of the stuff that you are going to be measuring, you're not going to be able to poke holes in either. Stuff like tile, really nice wood. You're not going to start poking holes all over the place. Really nice wood. So they both have a place in it, and sometimes I use them both because, as I mentioned in class, I never trust any piece of equipment or any measurement by itself. I want to be able to compare it to other things and be able to say that makes sense. What I'm seeing makes sense, because like I said, they both have limitations. And one of the limitations of the non-penetrating meter is that it's not really measuring moisture. It's using RF signals. Most of these are using RF signals, and depending on what's behind that drywall or in front of the drywall, you can have readings that are incorrect. For example, if you have a pipe, if you have wood, if you have actually some wallpapers actually have metal in them, and you'll detect it higher. Pin moisture meters give you a little bit a little bit more of I guess an accurate reading in those type of situations, but they can also have issues where they don't go as deep because the pins on those moisture meters tend to be really, really short. As a matter of fact, one of the tips that we talk about in class is if you have like a thick piece of wood, like a 4x4, the proper way to measure that is to drill 2 stainless steel screws right into the middle of the wood, 2 inches, and then you measure with your moisture meter to those screws. So now you have an accurate measurement into that wood because the pins are too small. So like I said, all this equipment has limitations and it has capabilities, and we just need to understand each one in each application that we use.
It's funny, one of the classes I was watching as we were doing in our water class, they talked about drilling screws into a wood floor from underneath and taking samples like that with the big caution, don't drill through the floor.
Yes.
Come up on the other side. Went a
Absolutely.
little too far there.
Yeah, and by the way, we've all done that where we got a little too far. So it's just be very, very careful.
So I would say from what you've described here and the types of technology that's used, I guess the next level to go to would be moisture mapping, and how that's done and how this equipment plays into moisture mapping an area, and different ways of doing it.
Right, and there are different ways of doing it, and that's where once again selection of equipment depends on what you're doing. Depends on the level of equipment that you need. One of the meters that we see here is a very economical meter. This is one of the things that we'll find at Home Depot for $30, $40, $60. And we're putting it next to another meter that's $500, $600. For certain things like moisture mapping, they could be excellent tools. That your meter does not have to cost $1,200 for it to be functional for your operation. One thing is very different when you're doing an assessment and when you're actually doing a drying job. They both require a moisture map, but the level of accuracy in that reading is not the same for each project. It's not the same. During an assessment, we're really looking that it's hitting that threshold, that it is wet. In drawing, we're going to want to measure every day the actual progress, and we want to be very exact with those numbers. And we want to have equipment that can read really fast readings in between each reading, so it can adjust quickly to its environment. So that's one of the things that is probably different from economic meters to others. Expensive meters tend to have electronics in there that react a lot quicker. So in moisture mapping, let me I guess I could use the same page here to talk a little bit about moisture map. I'll scroll down to the bottom, and then I'll get back to some of these little other tools if we get a chance to that we use in moisture mapping. So I'm going to explain the way that I like to do moisture mapping. This is the most common way that I'll do moisture mapping. And what I'll do is I'll use a little bit of drawing. So forgive me, I'm not an artist, and I'll just try to explain to you graphically exactly the way that I would do it. So if I had, for example, this. So if I had a wall that kind of looked like this, and we'll call this wall right here wall A, wall B, and wall C, and I would actually label them. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll do this really quick so it won't take too much time. I'll do a top bottom view, so you can actually see it from the top, and you can see the 3 walls. And then for each one of these walls, what I will end up doing is I'll draw a separate wall. So this would be wall A. Wall B. Move the filter base. Okay. Let's make it look like this.
For those of you watching, I think he is having fun doing this.
I am having fun doing this. I love doing this kind of stuff. So this would be the areas that, for example, we would in wall A, I'm a wall B, and if this continued all the way to wall C, I would do it, but I'm just doing it for so we don't spend too much time drawing here. And the other thing that I would do to make it a little bit easier for everybody that comes down the road is I would do something like this. I would actually have a piece of blue tape across that wall. And about every 16 inches, I would put a vertical line. And so that would be the first section would be A1, A2, A3 across that blue tape on that wall. So, and I hope I'm explaining myself correctly. If for some reason I lose you, please let me know. And below each one of those sections, every 16 to 20 inches, I would take a moisture measurement as to exactly moisture content on that wall or the reading, depending what type of meter I'm using, and the height that it went to, and I would document it around that blue tape. So on A1, I would put day 1, it would be the moisture content and the actual reading, and I would do the same thing on day 2. And what this does, it actually shows the sketch of the property. So if I had a whole property that was wet, I would probably, it wouldn't be these 3 lines, it would be the actual sketch of the whole property, and for each wall would have a front facing picture, which shows me exactly how it was wet as I found it and as I measured it. And you could write right here and take pictures as well. And on my sketchbook, I would actually write on the picture what the moisture content was at that time. So that's one of the ways that I would do a moisture mapping. You can simplify this. You don't have to go as in depth as I go sometimes. And sometimes I keep it very simple. One of the things that you can do is, depending on your application, as an assessor, you can actually use the blue tape to go ahead and outline your moisture map area. And I do this quite a bit, for example, on ceilings. When I have a patch of a ceiling that is wet, I will go ahead and outline it, and I will lay in, and sometimes I'll mark it right on the blue tape exactly what I saw. And what that does is, for anybody that comes after me, whether it's a mediator, it's an adjuster, it's anybody, they can really quickly see the areas that I found to be wet. So I'll actually moisture map it with my tape, document it with pictures. If I'm able to, I'll do what you see here, which is a graph or a sketch of exactly the area from 2 different angles. And the whole concept, everything that I do regarding this, and the reason I take a little bit extra time is I always ask myself is, if I was in court in front of a judge and the judge had nothing to do with the restoration industry, how can I easily explain to him or show him exactly what was going on here? And that's always the basis that I take on my approach of either writing a report or doing a sketch or trying to explain something, because the reality is that we're not always going to be talking to people who completely understand restoration, who completely understand mold assessment, indoor air quality, any of these issues. And so it all ties together, from understanding how your equipment works, selecting that equipment, using it properly, being able to explain it, and then documenting the results into something like a moisture map. It all comes from basic thing is we need to understand why we do the things that we do and how our equipment works. Very simple things.
Looking at what you're doing here, I mean, to me, it makes a lot of sense, and hopefully everybody that's watching understands this too, but it also looks like a very labor-intensive process. I know there's other devices out there. I mean, I've used thermal imaging and stuff like that that work hand in hand with moisture meters. So how would you draw the differences or comparisons to using that additional device in conjunction to a moisture meter?
Okay, that's a great question. Well, one of those devices, I actually have a picture of it right here, which is this hydro sensor. Then this is what this is. It's not a moisture meter, it's a moisture sensor. So right over here in the tip, you'll actually get two little spikes, and once you put it into a something that is wet, it was going to beep. So it's going to let you know, hey, this is wet. Obviously, once I find something wet, I'm going to confirm it with a moisture meter. But this is a really easy way to be able to do a moisture map, for example, on a large area that has carpet and all the carpet is wet. So you don't have to bend over. This is the original intention of this product was to be able to do that, to be able to walk around and be able to then do your moisture map on carpet. But it has great other options. For example, when we find cabinets, and the toe kick is removed on that cabinet, how do we reach all the way in the back behind that cabinet to see if that drywall or whatever material is back there is dry? And my hand, I can tell you right now, my hand won't fit. So this tool allows me to just go right under there, reach all the way to the back, and do moisture testing across the back wall and see if any of those areas appear to be wet. Also, they're great for HVAC closets and little spaces in between the air handler and the drywall. Normally, you have 3 to 4 inches, and once again, I can't reach, but many times I find the moisture with this tool allows me to reach high places as well, ceilings and anything like that, without really having to get up on a ladder. Or if it's a high ceiling, I don't have to get up on a really high ladder because I have a little bit of more reach due to this tool. So it's a wonderful tool that I think everybody should use. Saves my back and it saves me a lot of time. I use it quite often. The other one that you mentioned is thermal imaging. So thermal imaging is a wonderful tool, probably one of the best tools that we have for efficiency in our industry and for breaking the ice with the customer. But once again, for you to be able to use it properly, you need to really understand how it works. So one of the first things I always say is get certified, understand what it does and what it doesn't do, and always question what it's showing you. So a thermal imaging camera, we all know, can give us false positives, and any dark area is going to be dark because it's cold, not necessarily because it's wet. It's definitely going to be colder than its surrounding areas, okay, but it does not mean that it's wet. But you can also get false negatives, and that's one of my biggest concerns all the time with infrared imaging. You can get false negatives because for you to be able to see anything on that camera, there needs to be temperature differentials within the material that you're observing through the lens, and that's not always the case. For that material to be able to show a differential, wherever it's wet, that liquid needs to be evaporating. That's actually how thermal cameras capture that something is colder because it's wet, is because when you have a surface and that surface is wet, I'm going to pretend I have a wall here. As those water molecules evaporate, they're taking energy with them into the air. That means they're leaving the surface of the material cooler because energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transferred. And that water molecule, as it leaves the surface and it goes floating into the air, means that all that energy is up here. You have less energy here. And less energy means less heat, less temperature. So that's what the infrared camera is capturing. But if that's not happening because environmental conditions, because you have some sort of material or paint that does not allow that wall to evaporate, it's not going to show you anything. And that whole entire wall might be soaked. It's happened to everybody. It's happened to me where I've said, well, this is dry. And I said, well, let me go check, with my other meters anyway. And sure enough, and then you learn, I always have to check with moisture meters. I cannot trust the infrared camera by itself. I rarely trust any single piece of equipment by itself. I always want it back up to give me a confirmation and saying, hey, yeah, what you're seeing is truly what you think it is.
Well, part of every certification course I've ever taken or seen for thermal imaging always goes back to document it with another device, usually a moisture meter. And that's your confirmation. You're not seeing moisture, you're seeing an anomaly or an exception to what's normal. And the other electronic device is what confirms what you're seeing.
Absolutely. Now, having said that, if the area that you're scanning with your thermal imaging camera does show up on your thermal imaging camera, it is a great way to moisture map, right? Because now you can see the entire wall. You can document it with pictures. It's showing you the area that's wet. You can do a couple of, you can do follow-up moisture meter readings that you can document, which I also, by the way, not only do I document it with my regular camera, I document it with my infrared camera, because I like to show that that meter was exactly where the dark area was. So there's no question or doubt as to exactly where we took that measurement. And so it is a wonderful, wonderful tool. I don't leave home without it. Absolutely.
You know, some of the newer equipment now, thermal imaging, even the lesser expensive ones do image over image photography, which is they're showing you an infrared image with the regular digital image over on top of it. So you get to see the outline or the structure of what you're looking at, plus the thermal patterns on the wall. So it really creates a very good description for anybody looking at as to what's going on in that environment, after you've obviously also documented it with moisture meter.
Absolutely. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, nowadays, to me, it's the only way to go. Dual camera. So you're taking a regular picture and an infrared picture right next to it. So when your report comes out, that's exactly what you see. You see the regular picture, and right next to you see the infrared. It makes it a lot easier, once again, to explain to somebody that doesn't know anything about infrared cameras. So I'd rather spend a little bit extra on better resolution and be able to have that dual camera. And nowadays, like I said, even some of the economic cameras are coming up with do have that function, and it's a function that to me it's absolute must.
So we've gone from the basic moisture meter to the advanced moisture meter to the hydro sensor to the thermal imaging cameras. For somebody new starting out in the business, a piece of equipment to start with. You don't go out and spend $50,000 on a thermal imaging camera.
Right.
Where do you start? Especially when you want to start dealing with moisture in your assessment or your remediation projects.
That's a wonderful question. On an assessment project, you have so much more flexibility per se on equipment, because you're looking for different things that necessarily you would be on a drying project. You're still looking and want to make sure that stuff is wet or dry. You want to do a comparison. So you do have a wide range when it comes to non-penetrating and penetrating. So you can start with a less economical meter. The key, once again, is find out how it functions and read the reviews and watch the videos online for that manufacturer. And you should do that for a number of meters within your price range to find the one that is highly recommended and that actually does the job that you're looking to do. Some other ones, it's a different story. For example, if you see on your screen right now, this is a hygrometer. So you have non-penetrating meters, you have penetrating meters, you have moisture sensors. Now another way to measure moisture is moisture in the air, which is where we'd use a hygrometer. And on hygrometers, once again, an assessment, it could be a little bit more flexible, because what you're looking for is a couple of readings during your assessment project, and a lot of hygrometers out there will do that. If you're in a drying project, for example, there's very few hygrometers that can stack up to the requirements of a drying project. This is, for example, one that would. This is a one that I like quite a bit. It says Phoenix, but I believe now the manufacturer is Vaisala. And what the differences are, for example, this hygrometer, I can put in front of a dehumidifier, which has extreme temperature and moisture readings and low moisture readings, and pull it away and get very accurate readings right away in another location. Other hygrometers, less expensive hygrometers, you're going to have to wait a number of minutes to be able to get an accurate reading per location. So the hygrometers tend to be one of those things that the better you get, the better it's going to be for you for efficiency, because you don't have to wait all that time for the sensor to be able to adjust. Better sensors also tend to last longer before they become calibrated. So those are things. The newer hygrometers that are high end, you can also change the sensors. You can buy just a new sensor and put it in. So depending on the piece of equipment that we're talking about is dependent more on my guidance. So as to penetrating and non-penetrating meters for assessment and an infrared camera, I might say, listen, here's some baseline products that I think were great. I highly recommend. For example, FLIR makes I think it's the MR40, which is a penetrating moisture meter. It's a pen. It looks like a pen. It has a little flashlight on the other side. And I think it's $60, $70, $80. It's really inexpensive. And I think it's a wonderful moisture meter for assessments. Wonderful moisture meter, especially because it is so light that I can stick it pretty much anywhere, on a wall, on a ceiling, and it will stick and keep my reading, which means that I can document the picture with pictures a lot easier. I don't have to have my hand up, especially if I'm on a ladder or anything like that. It becomes dangerous. I don't have to hold it sticking to the wall and taking the picture. I can just stick it to the ceiling or to the wall, take a step back, take a picture up close, take a picture from far away, and it does a wonderful job. With a hygrometer, I would say definitely do your homework, get a little higher end, make your life a lot easier. And on a thermal imaging camera, one of the economic ones now is the C4 or C5 from FLIR. Those do a wonderful job. They do have their limitations. One of the things that I don't like about it is that the battery is not external, it's an internal battery. So once that battery starts degrading, basically your infrared camera starts degrading, because keeping it charged does become a headache. You have to have it connected all the time, but that happens over time. That doesn't happen immediately. The higher end cameras, like for example, the E series, the E6, E8, I really like those cameras. They have, batteries you can swap in and out, so it's a lot easier to always have a piece of equipment that's functioning. You can have multiple batteries. They do have the drawback of a higher cost. You're probably looking $2,000-$3,000 for those cameras versus $500-$600 for a C5 at this time.
Very cool. Well, we have a few minutes left. I don't even know where to start to say. Would you want to sum up what we've talked about, other than come take the CMA CMR class, or one of the advanced classes? But how would you sum up tonight, at least for the folks watching?
Actually, I have a pretty easy way to sum this up, okay, which is what we talk exactly in our classes. Is when you make a decision to move forward into an application, to say assessment or drying, if that's what you do, know what your application is, know what you need, and then go study the equipment that's out there and choose your equipment based on that need, not on pricing. Okay, not on Bobby told me this is a really good piece of equipment, they have it on sale at John Don or Answer or wherever it is. Just do your homework. Read the manuals, understand what it is that you're doing, understand how your equipment works, and most importantly, understand why you're doing it. What's the purpose of you using each piece of equipment, so then you can properly document that purpose and properly express that purpose through your documentation to somebody that has absolutely no clue what it is that our industry is about. That is if you take the whole entire idea, that is the basic idea of what we do. Take really complicated things and make it less complicated, make them simple, so somebody that doesn't know what we're talking about can learn it in a quick and efficient manner. And the way to do that is you need to understand every step of the way, and most importantly, understand how to properly use your equipment.
Well, thank you, Mo. Actually, I'll ask you to stop sharing your screen for a moment so people can see who you really are.
Absolutely. Go ahead and do that.
All right, there he is. Well, I want to thank you for your time. I think we're going to have to do this again and maybe pick another type of equipment, maybe air pumps or Matterport or some other equipment that I know that you use and you're familiar with, and do some more segments on this.
Absolutely. Sounds good.
So thank you for your time, and we look forward to possibly another segment in the near future.
Hey, thank you for having me. Have a wonderful night.
You too.
The Perfect Fit Filter by Best Living Systems, another innovative product by Best Living Systems that will change the way you breathe indoors. Older style filters use cardboard frames which become quickly filled up with mold and dead skin cells, causing them to flex inward and allow air to go right past the filter. With the Perfect Fit Filter, there is no blow-by. Because there is no cardboard for the mold to eat, this Perfect Fit Filter is designed with a sturdy internal frame and sized to fit virtually any size opening. It allows the edges of the filter filter media to enclose the frame of your return air grills, so every cubic inch of air is filtered. No reason to go searching for your specific size in your local big box store. The Perfect Fit filter is shipped directly to you when you need them. In a home or office environment, this incredible 1-inch filter provides MERV 7 protection to serve as a 90-day filter. How can you leave this filter in for 90 days? Popular pleated filters provide tiny crevices where mold and bacteria get trapped. Because you are bringing to their nests dead skin cells and other organic materials, the microbes find a safe harbor, an environment where they can grow and reproduce. This is called bionesting, and the Perfect Fit filter reduces the possibility of these microbes contaminating the air we breathe. Because the Perfect Fit filter is rated with a MERV 7, the industry standard for 1-inch filters, it does not restrict airflow or put unnecessary strain on your air handler. The Perfect Fit filter, now available by monthly subscription and free shipping at perfectfitfilter.com. The Perfect Fit for people who like to breathe.
Well, tonight we have a special guest with us, Robert Pettyjohn. Now I met Robert, I don't know, several months back. I believe it was in Treasure Island at a class that we had going, and very, very interesting gentleman. And you'll see as we start talking tonight, just the experience that he brings with him to the table here. But I can't do him justice. I was actually reading through some of his I guess designations and certifications, and there's so many of them. I gave up trying to figure out what some of them even were. So I'm going to let him tell you a little bit about himself. But Robert, I just want to bring you into the room and say, just kind of let everybody know who you are and a little bit about your background, and we'll go from there.
First of all, it's a real honor to be sitting with you on this phone call tonight. You have impressed me from the very first time we met. And of course, the whole Normie organization is so impressive, and I'm very thankful to be here. And it's another step in this whole progress that you and I go through in our life, how we meet people and they influence us one way or the other. And I'm very, very thankful that my friend Scott Mitziff, with whom I serve on the board at the IICRC, introduced me to you guys and told me about Mr. Hoffman and about Mr. Adams and the tremendous relationships that y'all have got going on down there. And I'm glad I opened the computer and looked at and talked with y'all. This fits very nicely in my personal and professional development, and I'm very thankful for that. Yes, sir.
Well, thank you. So who are you? What's your company? What do you do in this industry?
Well, the way I can best answer that by how I started out. And I came up here to Wake Forest, North Carolina, in order to get a PhD in world religions. And everything was going just fine, except for the fact I was stone cold broke. And we had to get something to do. So I said, Lord, what are we going to do? And he led me to a fellow named Chubb Safrit in Concord, North Carolina. And Chubb says, Robert, if you want to do this business, and by the way, I had, in order to make ends meet, I had answered an ad in a newspaper that said clean carpets make $800 to $1,000 a week. But it was one of these bait and switch organizations where they send the flyers out in the mail. We'll clean your carpet 6 rooms for $31.95. But when you get to the job, you have to add on and add on and add on, because there's no way you can do it for that away. But I saw that there was people that had a lot of carpet and a lot of it needed to be cleaned. So I asked my friend Chubb Safrit, who is also in the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association, a regional trade association. And Chubb said, Robert, if you're going to do this business, you got to do this and this and this and this and this. And thankfully I did that and that and that and that and that. And an amazing thing happened to me just this week. And that is that a gentleman from New Jersey asked me to be a part of a Zoom call for the National Organization for Remediators and Mold Inspectors. And I could not believe that this happened. So what an honor to be here and to see how things have progressed from one stage to the other. And now I'm in a Zoom call with you. Who would ever have believed this 31 years ago? I'm
Well,
so honored to be here.
You are most welcome, and thank you for that. You know, we appreciate you being here and talking with us, and just bring the wealth of knowledge that you have, you know, for our members to hear the things that you've done. I know you talked about the carpet cleaning industry, and I know you specialize, I believe, in like Oriental rugs and stuff like that. But I think there's also something out there about you with the infection control also. So it's like, this is a big gambit that you cover of, you know, things for the cleaning industry and restoration side.
Well, you know everything about me, don't you? What?
Well, there you go. Okay, thanks a lot. No.
Oh, you're too cool, buddy. I like you. You ask very good questions. Yes, sir. Thankfully, my mom and daddy instilled me with a huge curiosity. My professor at graduate school said, learning is disciplined curiosity. And that means that once the spark goes off, you still got to get up and grab the encyclopedia or whatever, wherever you get your information from, and then learn it and digest it. And I've been very, very fortunate that I've been placed in front of the right people at the right time. My very first IICRC class was with Lee Pemberton, the great Lee Pemberton from McKeesport, Pennsylvania. And to have started off that way is incredible. And that has led one step to the next, to where now I have been asked to serve on the board of directors of the IICRC for the last 4 years. I'm secretary of the executive committee, and what an honor that is. But along the way, as you know, other stuff happens. And we usually start in carpet cleaning, and that curiosity leads to upholstery cleaning, and of course, water damage restoration. And of course, people now say, can you wash this rug? Oh, yes. And I'm sitting in a home office out here in Wake Forest, and I can look out in the backyard where we used to wash Oriental rugs in my daughter's swimming pool, a little bitty plastic swimming pool. So even back then, it was a big deal. And we used to hang the rugs on the side of the fence out there. And one day it came up a cloud, and we had 21 rugs we had to dry in our house. So little bitty things like that add up. And now we're one of the most recognized, and I think the finest, most ethical, environmentally responsible, and ergonomic rug cleaning plant anywhere in the nation per cubic foot, without question. Yes, sir. So I'm very thankful.
Well, that is impressive. I mean, yes, this industry, unfortunately, especially in unregulated states on the mold side, you know, there's a lot of problems with people being out there. Like you started off saying, you know, a bait and switch type of an ad that you took, and I'm sure that runs rampant through a lot of the cleaning industry also, like it does in the mold industry. And, you know, to hear you talk about the way that you try to keep this industry on the up and the way that your company operates, that's what we're looking to do. We really want people like you involved in this industry and pushing it forward, keeping it, I'll use the word clean, you know?
Yeah, I had no idea that we were going to bring this up, but I was just on the phone call with my friend Penny Trelau from out in Australia. Just a little while ago, we were on a little Zoom call because we both serve on the IICRC S400 and the S410 cleaning and infection control committees. We're helping to write that standard. And she says that there are people all around there who want to fog something into your house and then walk out as though they've done something very special. But no, that's not the guys at Normie. And that's one of the things that attracted me to you guys, is that this is not the National Organization for Shortcut Schmaltzes. This is for remediation, dadgummit, and inspecting the way it ought to be done, for mold particularly, because there's a lot of people out there getting sick because it's not been done right.
So if I said that you have a passion for this industry, I think it's kind of an understatement to hear you talking now.
Okay. let me tell you something. And one of the reasons that this has evolved over the years, of course, my mom and daddy taught me to do something the right way. That's a big deal. But here of late, within the last 2 or 3 years, we've been involved with some of these military families in helping to remediate the homes that they're in, not on base, of course, because it's hard to get on base and really do remediation the right way. A lot of these people who run the housing on these bases really aren't interested in doing it the right way right now. That's going to be changing. It is changing very, very quickly. But being into their homes where they've had to move off base and helping them clean and decontaminate their stuff that was involved in this mess in these houses. And thankfully, one day I was up in Kalamazoo, Michigan, meeting and speaking with my dear friend, Dr. Michael Pinto, and he put me on the phone with a lady named Shelley, who was involved in this military mess about 10 or 12 years ago, the very first lady to prove in a federal court causation between mold and brain injury. She is the one who proved on a Dahlberg standard that this thing really happens. And she turned me on to another lady who was going through some problems there at Camp Lejeune. Her name was Lindsay. And I went down to see Lindsay and immediately saw the horrific circumstances her kids and her family had been placed in because of this mold business, and really became a passion of mine, because, goodness, these are folks who are defending our country. And her husband even told me he felt better in old nasty Iraq than he did in his own house. That's a dadgum shame. And we're working to correct that mess. You asked very insightful questions, by the way, and I appreciate that, Lance. You're amazing, son.
I see it's kind of getting your dander up there a little bit, but it's questions that have to be asked. And we've done a lot of work on military bases also. We've done training on military bases. And we have our environmental task force, which is a nonprofit. We've actually donated equipment to people that live in really bad housing situations on those bases. So we've been involved with this for a while. So I understand what you're saying, but you said something very interesting there, and it's a little off track from where we were going, but you mentioned about causation of brain injuries. I was doing some research between last week and actually this weekend, and found there's some legislation and rules out there from the ADA, American Disabilities Act, that actually covers breathing and environmental conditions causing substantial breathing issues, which would qualify as a disability under the ADA. So, and again, I'm not an attorney and I'm just reading it for face value, but it's interesting that all of these things are starting to come together as people are looking for multiple disciplines, if you want to call it, and everybody's starting to find the same thing, that there's a lot of correlation between molds and bacteria and illnesses and in the environment that people used to ignore.
Lance, you're right on, man, and thank you for your interest. My professor said that learning is discipline, curiosity, and you have that within you too. You go find the dadgum answer, and that's very impressive. But I've cried with these girls, man, at their home and watched their children undergoing these night terrors. When a lady gets mold going on in her brain, it causes some swelling in her brain, and that affects the pituitary gland, that affects things that ladies go through on a regular basis. And for many ladies, it's caused them to where they can't have children. And that is a dadgum shame that that's going on. But
yeah,
thanks to organizations like NORMI and the IICRC and the S520 and the standards that we produce, things are, there is good news ahead if people are willing to accept it.
Absolutely. Well, in an effort to keep your blood pressure down a little bit, I'm going to change gears here a little, and let's go into another topic a little bit. Give you a little bit of a break there.
Oh, you're too cool, buddy.
I know you said you were introduced to NORMI like through Scott out in, I guess he's out in Washington.
He's in Yakima, Washington.
Yeah,
Yes.
I know Scott. I've talked with him many times. A really nice guy. But as far as our courses, because I know you've really started to look in and you've taken a lot of training from all over the place. What do you think is one of the most important things that we do as far as teaching a course? What kind of courses, do you find of interest, especially with your background?
Well, the most important thing, the most amazing thing about Normie, it's not your courses and all that stuff. It's the people that are there. I mean, goodness gracious, of course, you, Lance, and Mr. Hoffman, and Mr. Adams, and Mr. Zualaga, these people are really huge. Justin and David and Roger, and the ladies that answers the phone call out there in
Arkansas.
Arkansas, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Those people are the people that are surrounding, that are with you guys at Normie, are what's really, really impressive. Then you start to take a course and you say, well, dang, it's no wonder that you guys are so impressive, your coursework, because I'm sorry,
That's okay.
that's a phone call from somebody at Normie, as a matter of fact. I'm so sorry. Good.
That's announcing our training for tonight.
You can tell I'm old fashioned with that ringtone, can't you? Okay, good. All right. But you mentioned the courses, and to me, the most important course you guys teach down there, I'm sorry, but this is my opinion, is this mold remediation for sensitized individuals. Why is that? Because if you can do it for the sensitized people, you can do it for anybody. So if you can gear your program up in such a way that you're cleaning now for the most sensitized individual out there, then you're going to pass every clearance test. You're going to pass every important evaluation that goes on in somebody else's home. Plus, you don't know whether somebody is carrying that dreaded HLA gene in their body. We don't even know that. So if we take a chance and we miss something that we should have gotten, well, shame on us. That means you've not done it properly, and you've not done it according to Normie standards and regulations. And that's what's impressive about you guys. So to have somebody like Dr. Pinto, Michael Pinto, come down and lead that course is just unbelievable. That's a pivotal course.
It is a good course. It's a very good course. I've seen him teach it, and
I know it's not cheap. I know that. This is one of the most expensive courses y'all have got. But if you can do this, you can do anything.
Well, you got the two rock stars teaching it. You got Michael and Doug both teaching that course.
Unbelievable. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wow.
So,
what a thrill.
Well, let's talk about certifications. Like I started when I was introducing you at the beginning about, the different things that you have, and education wise, there's a ton of stuff that you do and that you're trained in. And I don't know if you want to ramble off a few of those, just kind of some of your background enhancements. I know you said you were first starting for a PhD in religious studies, but you've like morphed into a whole nother direction.
Well, as you would that men should do to you, do you even so unto them, for this is the law and the prophets. That was written in another standard that we are familiar with. Jesus said that in their Sermon on the Mount. But when you look 2,000 or 3,000 years earlier than that, what Moses was involved with in Leviticus chapter 14 about the mold remediation, it's been in there since almost the beginning of time, and recorded religious history anyway. So this is a huge deal. And thankfully, I've got a proper background for this mold business in our cleaning. Of course, we're certified triple master cleaner at the ISRC, but that's a big deal. I'm also a certified rug specialist. We're the only certified rug specialist in the state of North Carolina. We wash the governor's rugs and all that stuff. No, they're not his rugs, dadgummit. They're the citizens. They belong to the citizens of North Carolina. So I'm taking care of you. Hey, I'm taking care of your rugs out there. Don't worry about that. We're also certified water law specialists, one of about 125, 150 in the country of that. if you're gonna do a flood on water, you better know what you're doing. So getting involved with the Restoration Industry Association, Pete Consigli and these guys who taught this class the way it ought to be done. I mean, that was tantamount to a college level thesis we had to present to get our certified water law specialist. That was just really very, very huge. And the same way it is to become a certified master rug cleaner and certified rug specialist, CRS. That was a huge, huge thing to do. And now to be involved with Normie is just another. It is said, birds of a feather flock together, and it's nice to be involved in a group like Normie that takes things to the highest level of possible, and I'm very, very thankful for that. Yes, sir.
You know, I like to I bring it down to a very, very simple level when I talk with people and we start talking about, you know, how things work and everything like that. And to me, the basic philosophy is, and I've said this before on many trainings that I've been to, we try to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. It's that simple. You know, you don't have to go any further than that. I mean, you can't set a higher bar. And, you know, it's something that's practical and understandable to almost everybody out there.
And thankfully, the courses that you and I have been through weed out the folks who are not living by that standard.
Yeah.
And any schmaltz, any bedwetter can go out and take a course. We know that. But they're not going to stick with it to the end, to where the results that they're looking for is a cleaner rug, a healthier environment, a more responsible way to treat. We're not just fogging something in somebody's dadgum house. No, we're really getting it clean the way it ought to be clean, and documenting it and proving it with our field tests and third-party confirmation of verification of what we're doing. Yes, sir.
Well, there you go. Back to the do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, and the results speak for themselves. They really do. I'm going to put you on the spot now. Sorry about that. All right. And I know you've kind of alluded to it, but if you were going to sum up what really you like about Normie, and you know, if you were going to tell somebody about us, where do you think you would go with that?
Well, as I mentioned a while ago, the people are number one. You've got to trust somebody. You don't trust a book unless it's a Bible or something. But you don't. And even the Bible says that its purpose is to reflect what Jesus did on earth. So the same way it is with Normie. You guys, man, are from the ladies that answered the phone call all the way to Mr. Hoffman. That's what's so impressive. Not only that, but you base your course material on standards that have already been in place. And it's no secret that whenever you teach a course, you show up there on your screen the IICRC S520 standard for professional motor mediation, for example. You don't try to appear to people that it's y'all's idea. You're the first one to come up with it. No. You know that you're a part, as the poet said, I'm a part of all that I have met, yet all experiences and arts where through gleams that untraveled world whose margin or whose horizon fades forever and forever as I move. I'll think of who did that in just a second. It's a 17th century poet. But you realize that you're a part of a long chain. You're handling, the baton has already been passed and is handing off to other people like you and me. And we cannot drop it because so many people's lives, so many people's well-being, and even our companies depend on it. And for crying out, our reputation. And the thing that has been my greatest asset in life is been that I know how to pick my in-laws properly. A lot of people get stuck with bad mothers and fathers-in-law, but my daddy and my father-in-law was the finest real estate agent in Northwest South Carolina. and my mother-in-law ran a credit bureau up there in Easley, South Carolina. And Dad never ever said, "Is this the best you can do, Robert? You've got a master's degree. Is this the best you can do?" No, no, no. He would come in and he would say, "Whatever you're doing, let's just be the best at it." And from my mother and father-in-law, it's been that way. And to be a part of an organization like that, that is like normally that is consistent with my values, is really, really huge to me, because I don't have to wonder about some schmuck trying to tell me something that's not right, or some bedwetter lead me into down some road that's not going to lead to anything. No, that's why I like Normie.
Okay. Again, we have to work on your blood pressure. You're getting all passionate about this, which is great. I really,
as Cheech and Chong says, this is a big dope deal. And my neighbor across the street was their lawyer, so he was busy for a long time. So
there you have it.
And, yes, sir. But these are big deals, and we've got for crying out loud, people's lives and their future children depend on what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, you know,
I was just at a lady's house, a dear friend of mine outside of St. Louis the other day. We have an Instascope machine, and of course we've been trained by you guys how to assess a building indoor air quality, and being able to go in there and know that when we leave and after we prescribe what needs to happen, that they're going to be living in a nice, clean, healthy home. And that is really important to me.
yes, it is.
What?
It's just,
You see, I gave a talk to a bunch of real estate agents the other day. About 200 were on a call. My dear friend up here, Brian Pate, allowed me to address. He teaches all the real estate people in North Carolina, and I got on there and I told him that clean air, a clean and healthy environment is the new view. They used to be able to stick you out when you're buying a house. They take you to the window and look out there. Just imagine your kids playing. Just imagine the garden growing and all that. No. The important thing now is just imagine you living in your sanctuary, where you can go home and take the mean old nasty dirty things that you've come in contact with in your life during the course of that day, and come to your sanctuary and heal and get better. My friend Jeff Jones in Oklahoma City says that when we get stronger, not while we're lifting weights, but while we're asleep at night and our body's rebuilding itself. Well, that's why, as you guys say in your class, that we breathe 3,000 gallons of air every day. I mean,
yep. 20,000 breaths is the average.
God, exactly right. So we're focused a lot on urine. So how many times do you urinate during a day? 9 or 10, maybe? And so how much water do you drink? I don't know. But you breathe in and out 20 to 23,000 times a day. Far, far, far more important. Yes, sir. So
Doug has an expression he uses for that. He says, you either have a good filter or you are one. And it makes sense. You know, Robert, I've really been enjoying this, and I'm sure that our members are too. I would love to have you back as a follow-up. Maybe get a little bit more into the infection control side and everything in another interview. If that would be okay with you.
Oh my goodness, yes, I got a lot of cool things to say about that. The coolest is the primacy of cleaning. We go in there with spraying this stuff and want to decontaminate everything in the world. But no, if you clean it properly first, you are way ahead of the game. And isn't that what our mamas and daddies taught us to do a long, long time ago?
Yeah.
And isn't it what, I'm going to show you this thing here. Isn't it what Doug tells in this book right here?
Yeah.
You keep it clean and dry. This is one of the most pivotal books, I think. I know it's kind of fuzzy. I don't know.
That's okay.
It's just mold-free construction 2.0 to the title of it. Everybody in the nation ought to own that copy, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
And they ought to be connected to you somehow, by George. to get your New Jersey influence, because if you do what a guy from New Jersey says, you're okay.
I had a call from somebody in New Jersey today too, speaking to me. So it was kind of interesting. You know, he thought I was from down south originally. I said, really? With my lack of accent? Yeah. Okay. So,
But listen, Lance, y'all got the best tomatoes and the best corn on the cob anywhere in the country up yonder in New Jersey.
yes, we do.
Man,
Hey, it's the
oh,
Garden
man.
State. That's what they call it.
That's true. It's not all Patterson and Passaic.
No, of course, it was also 9 degrees out yesterday morning, but we'll go beyond that. But hey, Robert, I really appreciate you spending the time here with us. And I definitely want to get you back so we can talk more about the infectious disease control side. And
There's so much more to talk about. Yes, sir. And what an honor to spend some time with you. You ask good questions, by the way. You're like
No,
a doctor
I
or something.
appreciate
I thought I was going through a physical or something. You're really good.
well, wait till next time.
Oops. Okay.
Robert Pettyjohn, thank you very much for being here with us.
Okay, dear friend, it's an honor. Thank you, my friend.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
Hurricanes. If you didn't know any differently, they'd seem at the beginning like any other storm. And that's the deceptive part, the devastation, the flooding, the loss of life, the imprint of the loss of heartfelt memories, all occur after the storm has passed.
The latest technology gives us the opportunity to be prepared way in advance of impending danger, and yet we wait. Or worse yet, we decide to stay. We risk so much when the effects of these devastating events could be so easily diminished if we had only listened. As the storm approaches, it very quickly becomes too late to gather the important possessions and memories, too late to batten down the hatches, too late to protect our property or sometimes our very lives. With the aftermath of Katrina, I can assure you I have changed my game plan for the next Katrina, and I hope you have or will change yours. My name is Doug Hoffman, the Executive Director of Normie, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. We train mold professionals to assess, evaluate, and solve the problems associated with water events, both major and minor, as those events result in mold damage to property, and in conjunction with the Normie Pro Environmental Task Force are ready to help when disaster hits. Check our resources at normie.org and normieproetf.org for current ways you can help yourself and others when disaster hits. Sometimes an event is so horrific that it results in massive flooding and wind damage. We lived through Hurricane Katrina right here in Louisiana and have been privileged to help hundreds, maybe thousands of Katrina victims rebuild their lives after one of the most devastating natural events ever to hit the Gulf coasts of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. We learned some very important lessons, and we're hoping this short video will help you prepare for the next major event that may hit your community. With thermal imaging and from a satellite, the images are staggeringly beautiful, but closer to Earth, in the midst of the rampage, frightening doesn't begin to tell the story. Being prepared for what might be coming and then managing the recovery will help you keep your mind on the important task ahead. The unpredictable nature of the season simply requires it. The dates of the North American hurricane season span from June 1st to November 30th. By no means will these dates prevent the forming or sustaining of a tropical event in the Gulf of Mexico, the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, or the Pacific, but these dates are a guide or a timeline based on previous storms over the last century. Dropping your guard or dismissing weather events outside of these dates could result in being caught off guard for an approaching storm. But these dates, in particular, are a time to be specially aware of the news and weather reports. 26 named storms churned in the Atlantic in 2005, and many of them hit land. Following their paths shows the unpredictable nature of nature. Because of the fickle nature and path of many tropical storms, a large part of the general population hesitates or fails to take precautions until the last minute. In the year 2005, an unprecedented number of named storms developed in the eastern and Gulf Coast, exceeding even the English alphabet, and many of those storms made landfall. And when that occurs, especially in densely populated areas, the results are mass evacuations, highway gridlock, and supply shortages. In simple terms, everyone that waited until the last minute is scrambling to prepare or leave. The following information is provided as part of the Community Awareness Program, CAP, from NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. Additional CAP programs can be found at normie.org or at flood.normie.org and include Realtors Awareness, First Responders Awareness, and other information targeted to specific groups. These are presented in an effort to fulfill our mission and fill a void in accurate and timely trainings. How often have you seen news reports about the long lines at hardware stores where residents of areas prone to tropical events are waiting in lines for hours to purchase plywood or other needed supplies? The general rule of thumb is if you find yourself in this situation, waiting in line to take your turn, you may have waited too long. Our goal at NORMI is to provide you with general preparation and safety information for your time before, during, and after the event. Let's get started, and please feel free to take notes or revisit this video often. Sometimes a reminder can be very timely. So let's get started. Plan to be prepared before the event. Know how and where to get emergency information from your local emergency management offices. Follow instructions for evacuations if you are advised to leave, and leave. Understand that if you do not evacuate or find yourself in a situation where you need emergency assistance during the event, you may be on your own until the event has passed. Emergency services will also be stretched beyond normal capacity, and assistance may be days or weeks away. Remember that people that choose not to evacuate when instructed to do so are either victims or survivors. Neither title is as a result of good planning. When you do evacuate, if you have carefully planned your evacuation route well in advance of the evacuation and you know where you will be staying, life will be much easier while you are displaced. So if you are not prepared to fend for yourself for an extended period of time, consider relocating prior to the event. If you have the time, tidy up the house, wash and put away the dishes, clean the coffee pot. When you return, you'll feel better about this kind of detailed planning in advance and appreciate the preparation you've made for your return. And of course, traveling during the event is not advisable in most cases. Some of the following information are recommendations from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And they suggest, before the storm, make plans to secure your property. Permanent storm shutters offer the best protection for windows. A second option is to board up those windows with 5/8 marine plywood, cut to fit and ready to install. Tape does not prevent windows from breaking. Install straps or additional clips to securely fasten your roof to the frame structure. This will reduce roof damage. Be sure trees and shrubs around your home are well trimmed. Charge your cellular phone and refill your meds. Clear the gutters and downspouts of any extra debris that could become airborne. Secure your boat. Consider a safe room, a place where you will not be hurt by broken glass or structural damage. Take your outdoor furniture and put it indoors. Get evacuation information, which is readily available, and get a local shelters list. Where can you go if you need to? If you can't get out quickly enough or you get stranded because of traffic, where can you go? In regards to evacuation guidelines, there are really just two categories: what you should always do and what you could do if time permits. As my dad used to say, if you prepare for time to permit, it will. This list gives you these two priorities to consider. Always keep a full tank of gas in your car if an evacuation seems likely. Gas stations may be closed during emergencies and unable to pump gas during power outages. Plan to take one car per family to reduce congestion and delay. If time permits, gather disaster supplies and put them in a kit stored in your home. Always make transportation arrangements with friends or local government if you do not own a car. If time permits, make sure you've got sturdy shoes and clothing that provide some protection, such as long pants, long-sleeved shirts, and a cap. Always listen to battery-operated radio and follow local evacuation instructions. And if time permits, let others know where you're going. Always gather your family and go if you are instructed to evacuate immediately. Knowing your family is safe will give you a great peace of mind during the uncertainty of the events that might follow the storm. If time permits, secure your home. Close and lock the doors and windows. Unplug electrical equipment such as radios and televisions and small appliances such as toasters, microwaves. Leave freezers and refrigerators plugged in, or if time permits, empty them so that there'll be no risk of damage being done to those freezers or refrigerators. You should take some precautions on your way out. Leave early enough to avoid being trapped by severe weather. Plan to then follow recommended evacuation routes. Do not take shortcuts. They may be blocked. Be alert for washed out roads and bridges. Do not drive into flooded areas. And stay away from downed power lines. And of course the question always arises, when should we evacuate? Well, you should evacuate under the following conditions. First, if you are directed by local authorities to do so, be sure to follow their instructions. If you live in a mobile home or temporary structure, Such shelters are particularly hazardous during hurricanes, no matter how well fastened they may be to the ground. A Cat 4 hurricane can remove the entire roof of a commercial structure, so what do you think it could do to something as light as a mobile home? And of course, you've always got the added concern of tornadoes. If you live in a high-rise building, you should evacuate. Hurricane winds are stronger at higher elevations, so your safety might be jeopardized if you decide to stay. If you live on the coast or on a floodplain near a river or on an inland waterway, flooding might be the biggest concern because a storm surge of some kind always precedes a hurricane. The Gulf Coast of Louisiana and Mississippi experienced anywhere from 15 to 40-foot surges, enough to totally wipe out the coastline for several miles back into the non-water frontland. If you feel you're in danger, you should leave. And if you have health issues that might need emergency or regular attention, you should go to a place where your concerns can be addressed readily. So what if you decide to stay? Well, you definitely want to listen to the radio or TV for information, so be sure to have plenty of batteries for both. Secure your home. Close the storm shutters, secure outdoor objects, and bring them indoors. Turn off the utilities, if instructed to do so. Otherwise, turn the refrigerator thermostat to the coldest setting and keep the doors closed. This will ensure the preservation of frozen foods for some time following the storm should power not be restored for a long period of time. Well, frozen foods could last for a couple of days in the freezer, even without power. Turn off propane tanks. Avoid using the phone except for serious emergencies. Moor your boat if time permits. And store a supply of water for sanitary purposes such as cleaning and flushing toilets. Did you know that a toilet will flush simply by filling it with a gallon of water? After thoroughly cleaning it out, fill the bathtub and other large containers with water. If you're unable to evacuate, have you considered the possibility of creating a safe room? If you don't have one, follow these simple guidelines. Make sure that you stay indoors during the hurricane and away from windows and glass doors. Close all the interior doors besides securing and bracing exterior doors. Keep curtains and blinds closed. Don't be fooled if there is a lull. It could be the eye of the storm, and the high winds could pick up again. If necessary for your own safety or that of your family, take refuge in a small interior room, closet, or hallway on the lowest level, but where flooding won't be a concern. And if you sense tornadic activity, which often accompanies a hurricane, lie on the floor under a table or another sturdy object. We have incredible technologies that give us advanced warning, tell us the intensity of what we might be facing, and track the storm from its inception to its end. What makes us think we can weather the storm? But we often try. The following are the basic emergency kits and supplies recommended by FEMA. Basic disaster supplies should be stocked in preparation for what may occur during and after a flood, hurricane, or other water event. Let's take a moment to simply list the 6 basic items, and then we'll talk about each one of them in a little bit of detail. This checklist will serve as a great starting place to be sure you are prepared. There are 6 basics you should stock in your home: water, food, first aid supplies, clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies, tools, and specialty items. And keep the items that you would most likely need during an evacuation in an easy-to-carry container. Possible containers could include a large covered trash container, or a camping backpack, or even a duffel bag. First, water. How much water do I need? You should have at least a 3-day supply of water, and you should store at least 1 gallon of water per person per day. A normally active person needs at least 1/2 gallon of water daily just for drinking. Additionally, in determining adequate quantities, take the following into account. Individual needs vary depending on age, physical condition, activity, diet, and climate. Children, nursing mothers, and ill people need more water. Very hot temperatures can double the amount of water needed, and a medical emergency might require additional water. How should I store water? Well, to prepare safest and the most reliable emergency supply of water, it's recommended that you purchase commercially bottled water. Keep that bottled water in its original container and don't open it unless you need to use it. Observe any expiration or use by date. If you're preparing your own containers of water, it's recommended that you purchase food-grade water storage containers from surplus or camping supply stores to use for water storage. Before filling with water, thoroughly clean the containers with dishwashing soap and water and rinse completely so there is no residual soap. Follow the directions below on filling the container with water. If you choose to use your storage containers, choose 2-liter plastic soft drink bottles. Not plastic jugs or cardboard containers that have had milk or fruit juice in them. Milk protein and fruit sugars cannot be adequately removed from these containers and provide an environment for bacterial growth when water is stored in them. Cardboard containers also leak easily and are not designed for long-term storage of liquids. Also, don't use glass containers because they can break and they're heavy. If you're storing water in plastic soda bottles, follow these steps. Thoroughly clean the bottles with dishwashing soap and water. Rinse completely so there's no residual soap. Then sanitize those bottles by adding a solution of 1 teaspoon of non-scented liquid household chlorine bleach to a quart of water. Swish the sanitizing solution in the bottle so that it touches all surfaces, and then after sanitizing the bottle, thoroughly rinse out the sanitizing solution with clean water. Then you're ready to fill the bottles with water and seal them. Food. However you do it, you need a checklist. Put it in a magnetic clipboard attached to the side of your refrigerator, a post-it note on the inside of a kitchen cabinet, on your PDA or your phone app. But make a list now while you're calm and in your right mind. And remember these important points. Store at least a 3-day supply of non-perishable food. Select foods that require no refrigeration, preparation, or cooking, and little or no water. If you must heat food, pack a can of Sterno and matches. Select food items that are compact and lightweight. Avoid foods that will make you thirsty. Choose salt-free crackers, whole grain cereals, and canned foods with high liquid content. Be sure to include a manual can opener. That might come in very handy. And include a selection of the following foods in your disaster supply kit and put them in a waterproof container. Foods like ready-to-eat meats, fruits, and vegetables, canned fruits, juices, milk, soup, staples like sugar, salt, and pepper, high-energy foods like peanut butter, jelly, crackers, granola bars, trail mix, vitamins and minerals, foods for infants, the elderly, or special dietary needs. And don't forget comfort stress foods like cookies, hard candy, sweetened cereals, instant tea, or coffee. First aid supplies. First aid kits can be purchased, but some people prefer to make their own. So we've listed here 18 things that should be included so you could supplement a pre-packaged kit or develop your own. You'll need to decide which items you would want to include or exclude based on budget restraints, but even the seemingly least needed item could become extremely important in a life or death situation. Take the time to study this list, and we've provided a printable copy of this list as a resource at hurricane.normie.org website for your review. And a medical kit, again stored for safekeeping, could include the following items: aspirin or non-aspirin pain relievers, anti-diarrhea medication, an antacid for upset stomach, syrup of ipecac to induce vomiting if advised by the Poison Control Center, possibly a laxative, and maybe an activated charcoal, again for use if advised by the Poison Control Center. Emergency and safety items might also include these items, which would be safely stored but probably not in the same box with the first aid kit. Gas cans, ice chest or two, disposable cups, plates, eating utensils, and paper towels, black trash bags, vinyl gloves, maybe moistened cleaning towelettes. Again, having these items far in advance of an impending storm is simply the best way to avoid having to find them in an emergency and when you might be in panic mode. And by all means, take the time to contact your local American Red Cross chapter to obtain a free basic first aid manual. Clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies are extremely important, and especially if you live in a cold climate, you've got to think about warmth because it's possible that you would not have heat. So include at least one complete change of clothing and footwear per person. A light jacket or coat, long pants, a long sleeve shirt, sturdy shoes or work boots, and of course waterproof would be preferred. Hat, gloves, and scarf, rain gear, thermal underwear, blankets or sleeping bags, and sunglasses. And on the sanitation side, don't forget the toilet paper, soap, liquid detergent, feminine supplies, personal hygiene items, plastic garbage bags with ties for personal sanitization use, plastic bucket with a tight lid, and disinfectant. Maybe even a little bit of household bleach for sanitization. Next on our list is tools, and there are a lot of tools that people don't think about needing until they need them. Mess kits or paper cups, plates, and plastic utensils. An emergency preparedness manual, there's some good ones out there. Portable battery-operated radio or television and extra batteries. Flashlights and extra batteries. Cash or traveler's checks and some change. Non-electric can opener, a utility knife. Fire extinguisher, small canister, ABC type, a tube tent, pliers, tape, compass, matches in a waterproof container, aluminum foil, plastic storage containers, rabbit ears for your TV, signal flare, paper, pencil, needles, thread, a medicine dropper, a shut-off wrench to turn off household gas and water, a whistle, an axe, plastic sheeting, and a map of the area for locating shelters. And finally, specialty items. Remember family members with special needs such as infants and elderly or disabled persons. For baby, formula, diapers and wipes, baby food, bottles, powdered milk, pacifiers, and maybe medications. And don't forget the adults. Heart and high blood pressure medication, insulin, prescription drugs, denture needs, contact lenses and supplies, extra eyeglasses, hearing aid batteries. That's a lot of stuff to remember. And you can make this a special project, taking the important family documents and putting them together in a place where they're safe. Photocopies of credit and identification cards, maybe in a Ziploc bag, plastic container. But you want to keep these records in a waterproof, portable container. Your will and insurance policies, contracts, deeds, stocks, and bonds. Photo IDs, passports, Social Security cards, immunization records, bank account numbers, credit card account numbers and companies, inventory of valuable household goods or important telephone numbers, family records like birth and marriage and death certificates, your checkbook, cash and coins, and then of course some entertainment, games, and books that you might need while you're away. So, what's the target? The goal? The goal during a tropical event is to not need the items and procedures that we discussed in this presentation. However, being prepared is a good alternative and may make the difference between being a victim and being a survivor. On a personal note, from those who have been there, during the aftermath of Katrina, many suffered intense wind damage with trees through their roof and rain pouring through. Your prized possessions, though not as important as your very life, of course, should be taken with you. If you evacuate, and you can do so without compromising the essentials, take the things that are important with you. I want to personally thank you for taking the time to watch this video. It's our hope that you will never be in a situation where you will have to consider all the things we've discussed. But if you are, now you're prepared to be prepared and survive. For more information, go to normie.org or normieproetf.org or email us at support@normie.org. We're here to serve you. Thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. I would like to introduce you to my guest tonight, and it is Jeff Cross, who is the media director for ISSA. And for those of you that have heard us talk over the years about Clean Facts Magazine and the ISSA magazine, he is the man. So, Jeff, you want to come in and say a quick hello and tell us a little about yourself for those folks that have not met you yet.
Well, thanks, Lance. Yeah, I've been around the industry for many, many years, and I'm the media director for ISSA, as you mentioned, which is 3 magazines, but the one that most recognized is Clean Facts, which is the one for cleaning contractors and restoration professionals like you normie folks are. So I used to own my own company, and I was a journalist in my early days, started my own cleaning and restoration company, and got the itch to write again. And sometimes when I'm stuck at the desk, I wonder, why did I ever do that? Because I think that right now it is beautiful, a beautiful day, and what a great day to be out there going from one job to the other. But I'm stuck at my desk looking at you, Lance, which is not a bad thing. But so I've been doing this work for quite a while, and I love it. 3 magazines. We do videos, we do webinars, we do everything with media to promote our industry. So I've been with ISSA for about 7 years now. Yeah. And other companies before that owned Clean Facts.
So what are like some of the main differences between the different publications? I mean, they're obviously for slightly different markets or verticals.
Yeah. So Clean Facts, which is the one that you folks help us to promote. I know when you do a class, you send us subscribers to this. It's, like I mentioned, for cleaning contractors, carpet, floor cleaning, commercial cleaning services, and restoration. We focus on both. It's a split audience. We have the largest print distribution and email distribution out there. So that's one of our publications. The other is CMM, which is Cleaning and Maintenance Management Magazine. And that's more for your building service contractors, your in-house facility crews, those that clean buildings and maintain them, the ones who manage those operations. So some who are out there trying to get jobs, or get land accounts, and others trying to hold them and keep them in-house. So a split audience there in a way, but it all works with our content, and we make sure that we have something for both sides of that audience. And then ISSA Today magazine is our member benefit publication. So if you're an ISSA member, you receive this in the United States. If you're outside the US, it's an email delivery. And that's more of a higher level. We call it the C-suite, which means people with important titles like CEO, CFO, COO, and all that. So when you think about our media brands, we have something for everyone. But if you're doing anything with mold, inspections, cleaning, Cleanfax is your magazine. And I know Doug he writes for us. In fact, if you look at the next issue of Cleanfax, you'll see an article that Doug is featured in, a really good piece that we put together.
Yeah, I know he's been writing a bunch of stuff for a while now, but to me, well, first of all, you had mentioned about the ISSA magazine, and that's something that all the ISSA members get. A lot of our members do have a dual membership with ISSA. Actually, we have a special discount arrangement for our Normie members that want to join as a dual membership with ISSA. So that's something that they would be getting, correct? That magazine?
Yes. And if they're watching this recording, if they're watching our episode here, they can reach out to me and I'll figure out what's going on. But if you're a member of ISSA, whether it's with ISSA or the dual membership, we will send you the print copy. So as long as we have the address, sometimes that's the issue. People might sign up for an organization. We don't have their address, but if we have their email, they're getting the digital copy as well.
Okay. Well, from a business standpoint, being involved with receiving all these different magazines, it's input, it's information coming at you. And there's so many different verticals under indoor air quality, which everything that we're talking about here really comes under that. I would assume that they would get a lot of insight from the different facets of the industries from these different magazines, because they are different and they're looking at it from different perspectives, whether it's the maintenance facility side or the actual contractor side. And I can only see that as being helpful.
I agree. It is helpful and it is a different perspective. We all have the same goal to clean, to restore, to bring back to conditions that are acceptable, to protect health, to make buildings, homes safer, cleaner. And when it comes to media content, we all know that you have your devices, you have your iPads, you have your computer. I know I consume my news in digital format for the most part, but our magazine brands, the print, the digital, they're more thought leadership. They're not so much the breaking news as the things that we need to know about as professionals. And some of it might be a reminder because we have many seasoned contractors who are a part of our audience. And we know a lot of our publications are used for training as well, because, Lance, you've been around a while, just like me. You might get an article and it's like, yeah, I know that. But do the people who work for you or that know that? So a lot of our material is forwarded on and shared amongst others.
I think that's the biggest thing that has been lacking in this industry previously. The amount of information that's out there that's really available and credible being passed out to the masses that really need it. And that's not just the contractors. Like you said, you have a magazine for facility management, and we haven't even talked about the public, because we know there's a need in the public. We just don't have the want there yet. But that's changing since COVID. All of a sudden, I know you've noticed it, and I have, that people are like, this whole breathing thing is a thing, and indoor air quality is important. And I'm sure that's affected your business and your publication side.
It has. So, we focus, we're a B2B media team. We focus on business to business content. So when we write something, it's for people like Normie members, ISSA members, it's for them. But we get a lot of traffic on our websites from consumers. And we know when someone's looking at something and the numbers are astronomical on the topic, the ones reading that is probably outside our industry to some degree. So people out there that you're working for that might be in the buildings we clean or the homes, they're looking for content as well, because they want to have the same thing, clean air to breathe. What do I do to make my house healthier? The air I'm breathing inside, I can see the dust particles in the sunlight. What do I do with that? They're looking for information, and they're finding it with groups like ours.
We're constantly putting out the same message about, how important breathing is, how to improve your environment, how to make it healthier, safer, cleaner. Those are the tag words that we go with. And that's really the direction that I think everybody here is really striving for. But the consumer, they're hungry for this information. And the more that they come in contact with our organizations, the more specific they are as far as who does work for them. I get calls from contractors that are like, how do I get certified with you? I said, well, we have our No, I got to do it right away. Well, what's the rush? I'm working with the customer and they won't let us do the work unless we're Normie certified.
Well, good for Normie.
Well, the word's getting out there, and that wasn't a shameless plug for us. That's just the way the phone calls come in.
You're allowed 3.
3? Oh, okay,
3.
That's one. Keep score. But the reality of it is people are seeing that there are stable and reputable methods out there, and they're starting to learn that. And they're learning it because now the want is there. People want this type of environment to be in. And it's publications like yours, it's the training classes that are going out there from all these different organizations pushing the same message. I think that's making the biggest thing.
Mm-hmm. If that's a question, that's the longest one I've ever had, Lance. That's a good one.
It's from working with Doug for so many years. You ask the question and you get the whole delivery.
I hope he doesn't see this, but
I'm sure he will.
So
go ahead.
So to comment on your comment, I think that things that make real change in our industry is going to be consumer driven. So if you have a product to sell, if you have an air purifier or a mold removal product or whatever it is that works, then contractors, sure, they'll buy it and they'll use it. But what if the consumers demand it? You mentioned someone had to be certified by Normie to do the job. Consumer demand. And that's where it's at. We think of green cleaning. If that was not in demand by the consumer, by those who are paying the bills, who we work for, it wouldn't happen. Think of recycling. We all know we should recycle, but where's that demand? By the consumer. It's driven by them. So that's cool that someone called you and needed to be certified. We had that with ISSA as well. When the pandemic started, we have our GBAC division, and we had people saying, I need to be certified right now. Like, okay, here's the process. No, right now has to be done. Well, think about it before, hopefully you're a member, got certified, or is a member now, but any professional out there that might be watching this, you got to plan what you're doing and be ready instead of being reactive to the demand by the consumer. But I think that's it, Lance, consumer demand. And I think Normie's probably been successful because people are aware of what you're doing, and thus the professionals need to be part of you.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. But you mentioned something a minute ago about GBAC, and a few weeks back we did an interview with Gavin, and he's a big player with the GBAC side. Mm-hmm. How does that affect the magazine production that you guys do? I mean, what kind of involvement is GBAC with what you're producing?
Well, having Gavin on on our videos and stuff with his Australian accent has helped tremendously.
Yeah.
But besides the accent, and he's proud of that, by the way, Gavin writes for us, and Patty Ollinger, our executive director, writes for us as well. And we have Michael Diamond now, who's part of our team. We're using these experts to write, to be on video, to provide content and quotes, to help the industry out. The reception's been great. They know what they're talking about. I'm not the expert. I'm the journalist. I'm asking the questions. And a journalist who doesn't know the answers is probably a better one. So that's where I'm at. I asked them to provide the content, like that interview I did with Doug and Gavin for the article that's coming out. I asked, 8 questions or so, and the content that we have in that article is fantastic. So it'll be in two of our magazines, actually, ISSA Today and Clean Facts. So when you deal with issues like clean and disinfecting and remediation, all of these things that are high level, you want the very best experts. And I think that's what we have with GBAC. They've been with us a few years now, and they're doing great work. And of course, we work with Normie as well, and the training you folks do is great. I've nothing but respect for the programs. And the thing is, people have to embrace it and take it and use it and tell their customers about it too.
Well, that's the biggest thing,
Mhm.
and the word spreads. And again, that's why I mentioned the call. But we get a lot of calls like that, and usually they pass them over to me because that's some of these, crisis. I need to be certified now. Well, that's nice. We'll see what we can do to help you out. But there's only so much we can do because of our requirements. But that's something that does happen quite a bit. But I do have a few other questions for you, and then I think we're going to switch this around a little bit. We're going kind of a different direction, but
Yes.
I understand that ISSA is approaching 100-year anniversary, and I mean, you don't look a day over 99. So, I'm sure you could give us a little insight as to this 100-year path that they've gone on.
Sure. I look very young because of the makeup. When you're on camera, you have to have someone put the makeup on you. So there you go. And you look great too, Lance, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
And I love your office too. Very fancy. That's why you get all those phone calls.
That could be it.
Fancy.
There's nobody behind me answering the phone. That's the problem.
Right.
That's why they're all
It's
coming to
empty.
me.
Yeah. So ISSA we celebrate our 100-year anniversary next year. So if you want to send a present or something, I'll let you have my address. So that's always welcome.
Okay.
But it started with 7 companies. And I think the first trade show was in Missouri in 1923. So it started with a few people getting together saying, hey, we need some collaboration. We need to unify the industry. What can we do? And so about 100 years ago, they got together and ISSA was formed. And over the years, it's grown. So it started with those few members. And over the years, people recognize the value, because really, what is a trade association for? It's to provide member benefits, and we have a laundry list of those, but also a place to be heard. We have our government advocacy department. We have a way to speak to leaders out there in the world, and we want to make cleaning a better place, the industry a better place. So it started small, and since then, now we have 10,500 member organizations. And you think about what that means. We're not talking about people, we're talking about companies. And a company can have 100 employees, it could have 10,000 employees. So the number of those who are impacted, who can take advantage of ISSA, is a tremendous number. And we're also global. We have offices in Australia, in Korea, Italy, and we reach the masses. We have offices to help with that. So I can't remember how many countries we're in, but it's significant. We're global as an operation. And we're always looking to provide whatever people need, whether it's through media. I get an idea from a member. Hey, what about this topic? We'll create it. We'll put it out there. We have training. We have our trade shows, and we have other events as well that we put out there for our members and others as well. But we concentrate on our members.
You mentioned global. We had been talking several years back, just prior to COVID, and we were going to be going out to Australia to do some training out there. And one of the delays that we ran into was the wildfires that were covering the whole continent. And so that delayed us going out, and then COVID hit and we couldn't go. So COVID did create a situation where we weren't able to go out to Australia and provide the training that we were going to be doing. But at the same time, COVID created such a worldwide awareness of breathing issues, indoor air quality, viruses, bacteria, and all these other health things that were always there, but kept, out of sight, out of mind kind of a thing. They put it right in front of everybody. So it did change the way that our model kind of functioned. We lost out a little bit on being able to do the training at that time, but it created such a worldwide awareness that it has really opened up the markets. And our members are seeing that. I am sure that the ISSA teams are realizing that too, that it's a whole new game now.
It is. And the concern I have is keeping that momentum going. So you're right. When COVID hit and we have the pandemic, in a way, it was good for our industry because it did raise that awareness. But what about now? I looked on the news this morning. It looks like the numbers are going back up right now. They're talking about another surge, but eventually this is all going to level out and we're going to get past the pandemic. What do we do with the awareness? You mentioned indoor air quality and breathing. I know that's a big component of what you do at Normie. What are you going to do to keep it going, Lance? What are you going to do?
Well, theoretically, people can't stop breathing. So, it's kind of like even in real depressions, food services continue because people need to eat. So, the other industries slow down. So there's certain things that you can't stop. So the breathing industry can't go away. It's just whether it becomes something that's reachable for people to be able to decide whether they're going to have less quality of the air they breathe so they can afford food, depending how bad the times get. And hopefully we never reach a situation like that. But with the awareness, I don't think that's going away anytime soon, at least for a generation. People have a generational memory, I think is the way I've heard it used, that, as the next group grows up, they have different things to focus on, and the previous generation's issues and problems, well, it's not theirs.
Yeah. So, like I mentioned earlier, things are driven by consumers or people who use buildings who are breathing that air that's so necessary, as you mentioned. And I've seen cases where in technology where people can monitor what they're doing, monitor what they're breathing. I think that's going to be a game changer because your generation coming up, they like the data, they like the assurance. So you think about someone in the past, they just look at the surfaces, they say it's clean or it's not clean. Does it smell good? It smells good, so it must be clean. But now we can look at the data, we can look at the testing. And I think that's going to drive things. So consumer awareness is going to help. And I see your point about it's going to be around for a generation, but how quickly we can forget when things are put aside. That's my concern. We don't want to lose that momentum. So we got to keep that going.
You're absolutely right. And you mentioned about the technology and the data. And, we had talked, previously that we're in the process of rolling out an entire monitoring program on a nationwide platform, and eventually it'll go international. But it's about monitoring data at locations and making that data available to the people that make adjustments and decisions monetarily as to what they do with their indoor air quality, plus the public. I mean, the short version is all this data that's being captured can be put on a very simple 60-inch TV at the front door of a big corporation as you walk in. Your current indoor air quality conditions are, and people see it walking in. So,
and they might walk out.
And walk out. Yeah. No, that's absolutely correct. It's kind of like the restaurant that you go into that all of a sudden the health department's gone in and given them a C rating instead of that A+ rating. It's like, maybe I'll go eat next door. It's another way of showing confidence in your facility and your ability to keep it clean to the consumer. And again, it's all consumer driven, like you said. So, I mean, this stuff is what's going to keep this going, for some time. Our monitoring program will be launching next month. That is something we've had a lot of excitement about. And I know we haven't talked in a lot of detail with you about that, but it's something that's going to break quickly. The people involved in our beta testing right now, I mean, I've gotten nothing but favorable remarks about it. There's a lot of excitement around it. So I think that's part of what's going to help this education going forward continue.
So it's a cool project you're working on. And I have to think that anyone walking into a building and they see the air quality. I mean, when you're on the interstate and you're driving and there's an alert on the sign that says air quality is whatever, you pay attention to that.
Absolutely.
Why is it low? And what is that fog I'm driving into? So I know you're talking about a higher level product that's going to really show the data, but we do want to know where we're going. And when we get there, what's it going to be like? We have to breathe, as you mentioned, but what are we going to be breathing?
Well, that's a funny statement because you mentioned before about, having the air smell better, and there's things we can do to make the air smell better in our environments. But what you're doing is actually adding VOCs or volatile organic compounds, chemicals to that breathable air to give it that smell. You're not really smelling roses. You're smelling something that's artificially creating that smell, and you're inhaling chemicals.
Are you a myth buster or what?
It's just that whole reality check thing. Yeah, it smells good, but what are you really smelling? And is that affecting the air you're breathing?
Are you saying in my orange Gatorade, there's no real oranges in there?
Doug uses the example of, I'm trying to think, I think it's the FDA that puts limits on contaminants in water. And they say that water containing 50 parts per million of arsenic is acceptable.
Hmm.
I don't know. I just leave that question out there. Is that acceptable? You're drinking arsenic? You good with that?
Only a little bit.
Only a little bit. So, it's that kind of stuff. If you have a choice, I'm sure you would want to drink the water without the arsenic.
I would vote for that. Yes.
Right. So with indoor air quality, if you have a choice of breathing air that doesn't have the chemistries in it to make it smell better, covering up a real problem, that might be something you would choose.
Yes. Agreed.
So
Come
to
put one of those machines in my house and I'll look at the signs and I'll know if I'm safe or not.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about that after. I think it's something that this is the right time. That's the only way I can describe it for this type of technology. About 15 years ago, I worked with a company that we had tried to bring a similar technology to the marketplace. Actually, it was using Motorola equipment at the time, and it was using telemetry. That's how far back we're going with the way it communicated. The internet wasn't stable enough. There wasn't enough speed. The technology wasn't there. It was ahead of its time, but the technology wasn't there to support it. 15 years later, wow, now, computers and everything, as far as they've gotten advanced, can handle all this with everything cloud-based. So this now would be the time for this type of deployment. And I think that's where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to remember, there was a few things that I did want to talk to you about, other than, basically, the magazines. It's kind of like, what else you got in the works? Any surprises you can kind of like let out or not let out that you can accidentally let out?
Yeah. Well, if there were surprises, it wouldn't be if I let it out. But no, I can't think of any big secrets to share with you, Lance. But looking forward to trade shows coming up and getting out and meeting people. We've been doing that. We've done a couple of trade shows already, and it was nice seeing people in person. So that's good. No, every day is fun, and I'm always looking for some angle for media. Our video program is doing great. We're approaching 1 million views on that in the past couple of years. So we're no Justin Bieber or some famous rock star that gets millions and millions for each video we do, but we're happy with what we're doing. People are watching just like they do with yours. And it's a small industry in a way, but important people. And so we're trying to make sure we give them what they need. That's the constant thing, always doing that, trying to provide content that is consumable, that they can't get somewhere else is easy.
No, you're right with that. So with that, let's flip this interview around a little bit. You're very comfortable in the interviewer type position. So is there any questions you want to ask me?
Yes, a few questions, and I am more comfortable asking questions. It's a little easier to do, I think, but I enjoy being a guest on your show, Lance. Very nice. And I've been around a few Normie folks at other training opportunities, so a great group. But tell me, how long has Normie been around?
2004, July 4th, I believe, was the actual creation date. And I've actually been with them since 2006.
Okay. And what was the purpose back then? And has that changed over the years?
Well, Doug tells the story that prior to Katrina, he had started doing some training on indoor air quality, and it had a lot to do with being able to help with the sales of purification technologies and stuff like that. People being trained and having knowledge of the industry and products make it easier to sell the products.
Mm-hmm.
So they started doing training. They became a training organization, and I believe it was the state of Louisiana approached Doug to do training for them. And then, a year later, Katrina hit after they had been doing training, and then it just took off from there.
Okay. So thinking about the training classes you've been doing, how have they improved? Someone looking in, why would they choose Normie?
Well, the training, just since I've been on board, which is 16 years now, it was a lower level, intro level into doing indoor air quality and mold assessment, and then touched on mold remediation after that. And that's expanded out by need and want. We went from an 8-hour inspection type class on how to do sampling and create a business model to 3 days training as our basic class now for mold assessment and mold remediation, followed by some really high-end classes, advanced stuff, like a CAIA class or indoor air quality assessor class. It's an advanced course. It's a 2-day, I'm going to say round the clock course, because Doug and I both teach that, and we take a small group into a hotel setting, and we are together for 3 straight days. You know, it's really intense the way that it's taught. We have a few other classes. Michael Pinto is one of the instructors teaching some really high-end classes for us, and a few other people that we are bringing in. So the level of training has exponentially advanced over the last 15, 16 years where we are today. And it's really the industry standard.
Mm-hmm. So you think about a company that's maybe getting started or it's been around a short time. It knows what it's doing. It's got, you know, it's out there doing some work. When they become part of an organization like Normie, what real advantage does that give them? Can you think of maybe a case where someone joined and just, wow, they really excelled at what they're doing now?
Well, I can give you a few examples just from the comments of our classes. We'll have a lot of people that come that have been I've been in the industry 20 years. I've done everything, you know, I had to do everything. And usually by the end of the first to the second day, they'll start meeting with our instructors saying, you know, I've learned how much I really need to learn. You know, it's a different set of eyes. They're looking at the industry when they come to Normie. And there's a reason for that. Doug, who actually has created the direction of Normie, has a very, very strong building background. He was a builder. He still has his building licenses in, I believe, Florida. And we look at the industry from a building science perspective, not from a water loss or an event, not from you know, what college classes you've taken, but from building science. And a lot of people that have been out there doing this work never approached it from that specific side. And they start to see that, well, yeah, the building is kind of like a living creature, that as things change in the building, so does your approach. And that's how we look at it. And we teach that concept that, you know, you're working with a building that's an entity, and it's very different. It's a different approach. It's a different way of dealing with the problems. And people are very surprised when they see that and say, I never thought of that.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever had someone come in, kind of like what you just mentioned, with some experience? They thought they knew what they were doing, and they no doubt did, but they came in with an attitude like, yeah, I got to take this. I have to get the certification to get the jobs. The customers want me to have this. And they had attitude and they changed.
They usually become members. And truthfully, because it's different than what they were used to. It's different than the pattern that they've been doing for the last 10 or 15, 20 years. And all of a sudden they see, by looking at it with a different set of eyes, different verticals, different prospects that are out there where they can increase their revenue share. I have a good friend that owns a very large air conditioning mechanical contracting company. And for years, I talked to him about indoor air quality, and he's like, I stay in my lane. You know, we're really good. We're a multi-million-dollar company. We stay in our lane. COVID hit, and he started getting the phone calls about indoor air quality and filtration and
opportunity,
and proactive stuff. And he called me, and I started talking to him. He is fully on board. He sees that there's an entire new market out there for indoor air quality, and it changed his perspective of what they do, which they do very well. And now they've added to it. They've enhanced their product offerings because of looking at it differently. So, I mean, yeah, it's very positive when people come to us like that.
Yeah. Indoor air quality as an acronym has been around a while, but it's really meant something with the pandemic. Let's talk about mold. Mold is in your name.
Yeah.
Normie. Mold. Water damage is not. What do you do with those who want water damage training?
At the moment, we're actually approved to teach the WRT class. So we do offer that. We have the instructors from the IICRC. They actually come in, they teach that. And we just take that and we go from there with building science to the next step and go, well, your next option would be mold remediation. You've done your water drying, mold is another aspect of that, but so is bacteria. You get all different types of water losses that create all types of, I'll just say in general, pollution problems within the environment. So you go from the water drying to the next piece of mold to bacteria, then you get into more, again, back to the indoor air quality, the bigger umbrella, just the starting point that you're at.
Mm-hmm. So my last question is, what is going to happen next? What's the next big thing for Normie? You're doing training, you have products coming out. What's going to move the needle for you folks?
Well, it's already moving. And again, I'm beating the same drum, but as we're educating,
we do that sometimes.
Yeah, we're educating the public that it's not just about seeing mold on the wall. I've been asked the question, is that good mold or bad mold? I said, do you want it there? They go, no. So then it's bad. It's that simple. Yeah, there are different types, but we're dealing a lot now with sensitized individuals. That's become a very, very large piece of the market share. It's estimated about 20% of the population is reaching that classification of sensitized individuals. 350 million people in the US, it's about 70 million people that fall into that category. It's a very large piece, and it requires a higher end of training. You need to know how to deal with these customers and their projects differently than you would from a regular mold assessment or remediation project. That's a big change that's coming. This monitoring program, very big change to the industry. It's going to be awareness. It's the awareness shock factor, I guess, equivalent to asking somebody, how many times a day do you take a breath? Well, I don't know, a few hundred times. I said, how about 20,000 is the average? No, and you see that shock factor on them, that all of a sudden the reality of what is really happening is there. So the monitoring is giving them a live view, an understandable knowledge base of what's going on in their environment. And now they have the ability to control it. So like that shock value of we spray chemicals to cover up the smell, to how many breaths a day do you take, to now having control over your environment and managing how many breaths you take and the quality of air. That's big, and that's going to continue.
So circle back to the sensitivity issue. Sensitivities to what?
Well, the
70 million.
The biologicals are the common thing. I'm allergic to pollen. I'm allergic to dust and dander, mold.
The triggers.
Like I'm sorry.
The triggers.
Yes,
that was it.
The basic triggers. But now with the awareness of everything else that's going on, you had mentioned earlier about spraying something or using chemicals to make it smell better. People are as reactive to that as they are to the biologicals. The chemicals that are in there, chemically sensitized individuals. And that's also part of the sensitized program of how do you clean somebody's environment or make it better without making it toxic on the chemical side. The off-gassing products that'll off-gas for a year or two. Formaldehyde increased in all the products that we're bringing into our homes, furniture, carpeting, things like that. That does affect people. And, it's how to help them, which is this whole new industry.
I've heard of formaldehyde in products, and I've heard some say that that's not true. Are formaldehyde used in products that will off-gas in our homes?
Heavily.
Okay.
Especially products that are coming from overseas. There was a big recall several years back on flooring that came from China. And it came in through a discount firm, and it was heavily contaminated with formaldehyde, where the floors, after being installed, had to be completely ripped out. So yes, it is a thing. FEMA, I believe, had an issue with the emergency trailers that they brought in for Katrina. they were contaminated with formaldehyde. And I'm saying contaminated, not like somebody sprayed formaldehyde in there, just the materials that were used to build it were treated with formaldehyde as preservatives, but they continued to off gas and the trailers were unusable.
And that can be monitored. That can be detected through technology.
Yes, it can. Actually, the monitoring program that we're doing has a formaldehyde sensing module in that, so it will give you ongoing readings of that.
Well, that's a huge number of people that are potential clients of Normie members or ISSA members, because you can't ignore that.
No, and you know, it doesn't have to be a chemical that's going to appear on, you know, the periodic table. It could be something that's simple, just by putting, I don't want to say too many people, but a larger number of people in a room that's not designed for that many people. We're not bringing enough fresh air in, so your CO2 levels go up, not carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, where that's just a product of people breathing. Well, you start getting very high levels of that. People get headaches, they get tired, you know, so those are things that are very easy to control now if you know there's a problem.
Sure. Well, and I think too, I don't know how long you want to keep talking, but if someone has an issue, that's going to expand in their mind. So they may have the psychological aspect of this as well.
Well, absolutely. And you see that with your readers. You know, I'm sure you're getting feedback from people when these articles come out, you know, how many, and you can tell just by the numbers of how many people are actually opening your media and stuff like that, that there's a great increase there. I mean, you have to be seeing that, you know, especially when these things come out with these hot topics. Again, I go back to indoor air quality, you know, or mold or viruses. As soon as these words pop up, you know, I'm sure your readership goes, you know, much higher on those articles.
They're definitely searched for more. That's true, and opened through emails and on our digital publications.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've chatted a bit. I've interviewed you, you've interviewed me, you know, unless we pull somebody else in the room. I think we're good for now, but I've enjoyed this.
Yeah.
We may have to do this again, and we'll do the dual interview type of thing here.
Well, and from this conversation, Lance, we need to do something in media about that 70 million people.
Absolutely.
The opportunities
Absolutely.
there, the need for training to address those concerns.
Yeah, I mean, and it is true. I mean, I'm sure anybody that's going to be seeing this has to know somebody that has allergies or is going for allergy shots, or for some reason their breathing condition has changed or their health has changed recently. It could be as simple as the new carpeting they brought in the house, you know.
Yeah,
So,
that kind of person, there's one 30 feet from me. So
yeah, there you
we
go.
all do know someone. Yeah.
All right. Well, I
All right,
appreciate
Lance.
you being here. Thank you for taking the time. And again, it was enjoyable. And
Yeah, thank you.
hopefully we'll get some really positive feedback from our members about this, and more people taking on to Clean Facts.
I only want the positive. Don't tell me the negative. No,
there
tell me
won't
everything.
There's not going to be negative. So stand by a second, would you?
Yep.
The Perfect Fit Filter by Best Living Systems, another innovative product by Best Living Systems that will change the way you breathe indoors. Older style filters use cardboard frames which become quickly filled up with mold and dead skin cells, causing them to flex inward and allow air to go right past the filter. With the Perfect Fit Filter, there is no blow-by. Because there is no cardboard for the mold to eat, this Perfect Fit Filter is designed with a sturdy internal frame and sized to fit virtually any size opening. It allows the edges of the filter media to enclose the frame of your return air grills, so every cubic inch of air is filtered. No reason to go searching for your specific size in your local big box store. The Perfect Fit Filter is shipped directly to you when you need them. In a home or office environment, this incredible 1-inch filter provides MERV 7 protection to serve as a 90-day filter. How can you leave this filter in for 90 days? Popular pleated filters provide tiny crevices where mold and bacteria get trapped. Because you are bringing to their nests dead skin cells and other organic materials, the microbes find a safe harbor, an environment where they can grow and reproduce. This is called bionesting, and the Perfect Fit Filter reduces the possibility of these microbes contaminating the air we breathe. Because the Perfect Fit Filter is rated with a MERV 7, the industry standard for 1-inch filters, it does not restrict airflow or put unnecessary strain on your air handler. The Perfect Fit Filter, now available by monthly subscription and free shipping at perfectfitfilter.com. The Perfect Fit for people who like to breathe.
It's my privilege to be able to introduce Michael Pinto, who's the CEO of Wonder Makers. He's a very valued partner with us at Normie, and actually he's fun to work with. So I'm going to bring Michael in. And I also have Doug Hoffman here, who is also a good friend of Michael's, and this is going to make for a very interesting conversation tonight. That's the easiest way to do it. So Michael, you want to come in and say a quick hello to everybody?
Well, thank you, Lance. I appreciate it very much. And yes, I was smiling because too much fun. When we deal with Normie, I know we get a lot of work done and everything, but it's just good people to work with, and certainly count you in that, as well as Doug. And just very pleased to be here talking about the NCMP.
Thank you, Michael. Doug, I don't know, you consider him a team player with us?
Actually, more than that. Michael not only is one of our senior trainers, but he also participates on our President's Council. I have a tremendous amount of respect for him and for his experience. And I think he brings something to us that we wouldn't have otherwise. So I'm grateful that he's become a good partner and a very good friend. So I'm glad to be here tonight, and I think this is going to be fun.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys. You know, one of the things that I've seen Michael bring to the group is we've elevated the level of training that's available to our members. We have the basic training and the stuff that's very popular, but we now have these more advanced courses that really gets to or above the professional level, if you want to consider it that way. Now, knowing Normie and all of our initials that we use for our classes, I do want to talk to Michael about the NCMP, which is the Normie Certified Microbial Professional. So, Michael, I'm going to ask you, what is that? What is that all about?
Well, quite honestly, this is a continuation of a certification that was originally offered by the Restoration Industry Association. And early on in the mold remediation industry and the arena, and I'm going all the way back to like 1999, 2000, 2001, thereabouts. It was our assessment at Wonder Makers that there had to be more for some people in the industry than just a technician level and a supervisor level, and not that those are bad places to go for training or anything like that. But we just felt that if the industry was really going to not just survive but prosper, there had to be a cadre of individuals that people could look at and say, you know what, those people are really professionals in their industry. Very similar to, you know, a master carpenter or, you know, an engineer or somebody who's got some real experience. And that's what we tried to do at Wonder Makers when we developed the certified, originally it was certified mold professional, but now with Normie, it's the certified microbial professional course. And that's a good move too, because it broadens up what the students learn about, and it really helps to give us that bigger picture in terms of the students coming through the class. So the basic answer to the question is that the NCMP is, as you said, the Normie Certified Microbial Professional. And what we're trying to do is elevate the knowledge of the individuals who come through that class so that they're more well-rounded and they're able to be the sort of person that if I have a question that just is really a tough one in the industry, that's the sort of people that you go to, the NCMPs.
You know, I've heard it described as upper level type of training. Would that be a fair evaluation to classify this as?
Absolutely. And the reason that we would consider it to be upper level is that there's actually some prerequisites. And I know that that can be dangerous, if you will, because it potentially limits the pool of people that can come for that training. But to even, you know, qualify for the training, a person has to go through either the Normie Certified Mold Remediator course or an equivalent. And depending on where that equivalency is, if it's from ACAC or IICRC, you know, it may be that combination course, which is more of technician and a supervisor course. It could be, somebody who gets into the CMA, CMR, where they're learning a little bit about the assessor side as well as the remediator. But like I said, there's going to have to be some level of training and generally experience in the mold field or in the microbial field before somebody qualifies for this course. Now, since it's the NCMP, they also, which isn't a tough criteria, but they do have to go through the Normie Professional Practices course, and that's just so that they understand what they're dealing with. Again, if they're professional and we have professional practices, it's pretty bad if professionals don't know the professional practices they're supposed to be following. So that's a prerequisite to, and that's built into the emphasis of those professional practices is built into the NCMP course. So it is good that they know that before they get there.
Doug, you and I have talked over the years about, people coming to even our remediator or assessment course that needing a basic knowledge of the industry. I mean, if you don't know how to take an air sample, how do you go through a course about remediation or assessment? I mean, to slow the class down to teach that makes it difficult. And that's what it sounds like here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. We're old enough to know that there's some things that you just don't learn except by experience. And there are some things that are going to build on the foundation, the truths that you understand, the techniques that you understand. You've got to continually build on that if you're going to get better, and I think be a better asset for the public. Oftentimes, an entry-level course might get you into the business, might get you into the industry, it might get you a license. But one of the things that has always frustrated us, and I know Michael completely agrees with this, is there are some guys right now in Florida that are taking a one-day, quote unquote, refresher course to get licensed in the state of Florida. It's how in the world can you do that? We do a 3-day class, and in some ways I wish it was 5. So having an opportunity to really encourage our members to think in terms of developing their techniques and their processes and helping them better understand the industry is only going to provide better services, and I think more truthful services, frankly, to the public. And so, as we always say in our classes, if our members look good, we look good. And part of that is just making sure they're trained properly.
Absolutely. I think I'm going to add to that too. I'm going to jump in and add a little bit to that. The other thing that we've seen since I've become a Normie member a few years ago and really got involved with you guys is there is a desire that the people who are in Normie who really want to be the best in the industry, they want to go up a step. And you see it in the folks that show up on the Tuesday night for the continuing education credit. You see it in the folks that are jumping around to the different tracks to pick up, information that's related information so that they can just be more well-rounded and everything. And I believe we see it in terms of the people that want this, as you put it, Lance, upper level training so that they can better understand how everything ties together and, be a real resource for both clients and their company. A lot of them come in just because we're seeing more and more transitions in these companies. There's, Doug, you said the we for older guys. Thank you very much. But we are seeing a lot of that transition. You've got a lot of people that are moving into retirement and leaving these positions of responsibility in some of these remediation organizations, and we have a lot of people that are trying to step up to those. And like you said a minute ago, how do they do that without decades of experience? And I'm not suggesting that this course, a 3-day course, is going to, substitute for 10 years of experience, but for somebody who's got, half a dozen years of experience in the industry and wants to move into one of those management positions and position themselves for when the owners retire to maybe even take over the business, being an NCMP is going to be very helpful to them, because one of the main things it does is teach them how to see the microbial contamination picture from a bigger perspective.
You know, we've talked a lot about, as I use the term, upper level type of training, and we've talked a bit about what's involved, but what makes this class really special? Is there like something you could really zoom in on to point that out?
Oh, I think the thing from my perspective, and having, been the primary instructor for this for, 20 years, the thing that the students all talk about afterwards are two things. One, it's a combination of learning and learning together. So there's a big emphasis on case study, and we get the students in the class, whether they're even participating online or live in the classroom. We get people working through these different case study scenarios, and honestly, at the end of the class, we hear every class where people say, and quite bluntly, what we learned from you, Michael, and the slides and everything was interesting, but what really made a difference in terms of this class resonating and us feeling more confident to go out and deal with some of these projects was working it through the case studies, because they're not simple. If the people don't know how to set up a containment and where they're supposed to put their negative air machines and stuff by the time they get into this class, they probably shouldn't be in this class. But we're talking about how do they integrate this into much more complex projects. And like I said, they really enjoy the case study. The other thing that makes the class special or unique or different is that it doesn't just end with a class. And I know this can be scary for people. They hear that there's a post-class requirement, but that is, if you're going to be considered a professional in the industry, you have to demonstrate that somehow. And so we do have a post-class requirement. We call it a capstone, but there's a lot of different projects that people can take on as part of that class afterwards to show that they're actually the upper level in the industry.
Okay, you can't get away that easy with just saying post-class requirements. I mean, you got to give us a little bit more about that. What's really involved with this, and how does it enhance what was taught in the class?
Well, again, if you're going to be a professional in the industry, then you need to have a profile in the industry, right? You need to be recognized as somebody who's got this expertise. And there's certainly a situation where you can point to the certificate on the wall and say, see, that makes me a professional. But what we find out is that the people who are looked at by their peers as professionals have taken another step. They've taken the information that they know about the industry and they've translated it into something that's tangible. So we're very open in terms of what these capstone projects can be. We've had people come through the class and understand, we're way behind internally on some of the safety and health programs, or our respirator protection program, or we don't have good marketing materials now that we understand this in a little bit better way for our customers, or we don't even know we haven't been doing a good job putting ourselves out in the industry. So all of those things, we've had capstones in the past from some of the professionals where they do their own, marketing brochures or safety and health programs. We've had people actually do experiments. They come into class and they've kind of had what I call a burning question. And this one gentleman just was totally fixated on the whole idea of the 10 square foot rule, which came from the New York City guidelines. And he was very much reflecting my attitude, saying, well, if it's 9.5 feet, does that make it less dangerous than if it's 10.5 feet? What if it's 1 inch, right? And so he actually did an experiment. He set up a containment area and did removal of less than 10 square feet. It actually turned out to be about 6 square feet of mold contaminated material under controlled conditions, and then did a lot of sampling while he was doing that to show what the impact was. And you know what, if you don't use your standard remediation techniques like negative pressure and HEPA vacuums, and the New York City guidelines say that you can just, take a piece of drywall and cut it out, right? And he pretty much proved that to be false. Now that was I don't want to say way more, but that was on the kind of the top end of what somebody might do for a capstone project. A lot of them will actually just take their information and dig into one subset of the microbial industry, and then even write it up for an article for some of the technical journals or for the trade journals and stuff. And regardless of what they decide to do, two things are important in terms of the post-class requirement. One is that we work really hard in the class so that by the time everybody leaves, they know what they're doing. And then if they already know what they're doing, we can also help them in class provide the resources and the guidance and the encouragement they need to finish that up after class, so that they do class, they do their test, but more importantly, this capstone project is what starts to set them apart. If it is an experiment or it is a document that gets translated into a journal article or something like that, it also raises their profile and helps them to be recognized as a professional, not just by Normie and those of us that are kind of in the know, if you will, but all of a sudden it starts to bring them some recognition from their peers in the rest of the industry. So,
what I'm hearing from you talk about this, it sounds like, well, let's look at the government as an example. A lot of the government entities, they have to put a magical line, of what level is good, what level is bad. It's not a floating thing like radon, 4 picocuries per liter, 3.99999 is okay, but 4 is bad. Same thing with the 10 square foot rule. To me, it sounds more like this class is a collaborative environment from all the people with all their experience being there.
Well, it's a collaborative class run by a dictator, but
yes.
I mean, it is, there's structure to it. You have to be careful with that. And again, I think that's one of the reasons that you see individuals like myself and Doug being the primary instructors on that class, is because, we have to have the experience in the industry, but also as instructors to know how far to let that run and then when to rein that back in. So, yeah, I would say it is a very collaborative experience, but it's under guidance of the instructors.
So let me speak to that for a second, if I could, Lance, because I think this is really fascinating, and maybe this is kind of down into the weeds. Hopefully it won't be. But one of the things that we know about training, and this is why I love so much being able to work with Michael, because there are not a lot of trainers that understand this. There's a very big difference between teaching high school students and teaching adults. And part of the difference is that high school students don't know anything. Sorry, high school students, but they just don't know anything. And so they're sitting there listening to someone lecture to them, and they're hopefully listening and learning something that they don't know anything about. With adult learners, what you've got is you've got guys that are in that classroom who need to contribute and want to contribute and should contribute to the discussion because of the experiences that they've had that the trainer maybe hasn't had. So having someone at the head of the class like a Michael, who knows the industry inside out, has got a tremendous amount of experience, but is still delicate enough to respect and honor the input that those students are going to have, makes the class, and as a term you said, kind of collaborative, but as he said, with a dictator. But that's how that happens. There are not a lot of teachers that can do that.
Well, and I want to follow up on that, Doug, and I say this in all humility. When I'm teaching that class, I learn so much, and one of the first admissions that I make to the students is that I am not a remediator, all right? I don't go out and tear buildings apart on a daily basis. And quite honestly, other than being out there, you know, for the post remediation or doing sampling and or, you know, sometimes getting out over the course of, you know, multiple decades and actually getting my hands dirty just for the practice of it, I'm not a remediator. And so, and I never have been. I haven't been a contractor. I'm a consultant. I'm a trainer. I'm, you know, a recognized professional. I'm an educator in the industry. But I have to tip my hat to the people who go out and do this every day. And by the time they get into this class, we generally, as you say, Doug, we have individuals that have a lot of experience and with the right coaching are willing to share what they know, so it does become collaborative. And sometimes it takes a half a day for people to warm up and understand that, you know, we've got, I'm sorry, this is going to sound woke and horrible. It's a safe space for them to, you know, open up and share their ideas and stuff. But I was using that term well before it was fashionable.
Well, it sounds like it's a extremely packed 3 days, and I guess that's one of the reasons that you have the post-class type of work. But you know, it doesn't though sound to me like it's drinking from a fire hose. You know, a lot of these classes where they pack so much information in. So, Doug, I know you've talked about that kind of stuff in a long time, and you've seen Michael teach this class several times. The flow rate, I guess, would be the best way to describe that. Comfortable?
Yeah, I think that's that delicate balance that I was talking about, as somebody who really knows what they're doing from a training standpoint, being able to give that information out in a way that it can be absorbed, but then start to see when the eyes are glazing over and take a break, you know? And sometimes that just takes experience, just teaching experience and understanding how the classroom works. It is a lot of information. One of the things that we've really tried to do is to make sure that they have in their hands all the slides that we've discussed. They can take copious notes, obviously for an exam that would follow, the certified proctored exam that would follow. But I think the idea is that being able to gauge the climate of the class, that's just something that, as I said, not a lot of people are able to do. But that's why one of the reasons I'm so happy that we've got Michael on board, because I think we have several trainers like that, and they're not easy to find.
Well, thank you for the compliment. What I will say is that it's real work to teach that class too. I mean, to be an active listener, it takes as much energy as to be an active speaker. And each class is different, more so than the, you know, mold technician class or even the sensitized individual classes that I teach. The MCMP class is different because I have, as a lead instructor, I have a little bit more tendency to let some of that collaborative discussion run, and then have figured out how to bring it back, or how to, you know, if I have to trim a little bit from some of the, you know, subject matter that we're going to talk about. Like you said, they have all the slides there so that they're not necessarily losing any of the critical information, but we may, you know, speed up going through some of that in class in order to give more time for the discussion, depending on where the discussion's going. Or sometimes, you know, depending on who's in the class and the whole dynamics of it, or just toward the end of the class, a lot of times they're just tired. And so, you know, a lot of times it reverts back toward the last afternoon of the class where I do a little bit more of the lecture style presentation than throughout the rest of it, just because if they've really been at it kind of hammer and tongs for 2.5 days, it can be wearing on the students as well.
Doug, as executive director of Normie, how do you see the NPMC course really, or CMP, affecting the Normie structure? What does it actually bring to us?
Well, I think this is a good time for me to talk about the Normie Pro designation, which I think is so significant. And that Normie Pro designation, which, oh, by the way, no one has yet, which not even Lance nor Doug nor Michael has this designation yet, was actually born. The Normie Pro designation was really born out of a need, as many good ideas are, to provide to the public a professional who could handle virtually any kind of issue, any kind of problem that they might face. And it was born out of this need when you and I, Lance, got a call from BP Oil, and they said, we need somebody to go offshore and do an assessment on one of our deep water oil rigs. And we both looked at each other and went, do we really have a Normie member who's qualified to do this? Somebody who has the safety training, someone who has the security clearances, there's somebody who has the experience in the background. Because when you get out on an oil rig, deep water oil rig, there's only one way out and one way back, and it's a helicopter. And there's not a lot of discussion or being able to, run to Lowe's and get something. So we decided, well, this is something that we should do. And so we did that. But out of that was born this idea of how do we get our guys to a master level? I think everybody's very familiar with what that terminology is. ICRC talks about that, and others. How do we get our guys to the level where they can handle even those kinds of jobs? And so our dream was, and our goal was, which is now coming to fruition, was to have enough advanced training where we could have the designation Normie Pro, and we could give that to individual in the Normie membership who had the training on sensitized individuals, regular CMA, CMR, understood how to deal with formaldehyde, understood building sciences enough to be able to deal with air infiltration issues, knows what a blower door test is, knows how to spell a manual J, has had the advanced microbial professional classes. How do we put all of that together and say, this guy, this lady, we're going to give this designation to Normie Pro? And then when we get those kinds of calls, that's the person that we can send on that kind of project. So the Normie Pro designation, which again, I say nobody has, we're still working on that. We're hoping that by the end of the year, with the help of the President's Council, we'll have some very specific criteria so that folks can get there and get that designation. And we have some now that I think we could get pretty close, may already be there, to be able to have that designation. That's where Normie is headed. We're going to set the standard for the highest level of professional training that's in the market today. And I frankly just don't believe anybody else has been doing that like we intend to. And with Michael's help, with the President's Council help, I think we're going to create something that this industry has needed for a long time.
And again, I just love jumping in on what Doug lays out as the foundation here. Truly, this NCMP class, one of the main ideas behind it is to help people see microbial contamination from a much broader perspective. And that was some of the stuff that you were talking about, Doug. There's great pieces of equipment, and there's good things that we can steal, if you will, from the radon industry, like Lance had referred to earlier. And there's things on the asbestos side, there's things in the safety arena, there's things from all these different industries, general indoor air quality. And the more we can get people to think about it in terms of concepts and how these similar concepts can be applied to a project, but when we're faced with a potential problem, we don't have to be restricted to trying to find a mold piece of equipment or something, right? We can see it from a bigger perspective and reach out and realize that, hey, there's things from the indoor air quality arena that we may want to put in here. A great example, just if I can be a little bit, suck up just a little bit, is the ionizer for the the tail of the negative air machine that's available, the PRVK, right? That's not really a mold remediation piece of equipment, or that's not an idea that really came from the mold remediation arena. But it's an idea that fits the mold remediation arena really well as asbestos abatement and lead and just air cleansing, air washing when you're doing whole house cleaning. It's a technology that we're bringing over from somewhere else, and people need to understand a little bit about how that interacts and can be used in so many different arenas.
So I'll give you one, if I can, Lance, I'll give you one insight into some of the things that are going to be different in this particular class and some of the other classes that we're doing. In fact, at the new CMA CMR class that we're going to teach next week, we're going to introduce the concept of air washing, low pressure air washing, which is something we've never done in our training before. But it's brand new, 2023 for us. It's not new to Michael. Michael knew what it was. In fact, he helped me understand how we could fit it into our training program. But I think the point that I'm making is that our classes hopefully will stay up with the industry, and in some cases maybe stay ahead of the industry. And that's why they're constantly changing. You come to a CMA CMR class that we do today, it's not the same class that we did before COVID. It's just not.
And the NCMP class that we're going to do next is going to be different than the one that we did before.
Yeah.
And the other thing I would share there, Doug, and building on that, is that the only way we stay at and above where the industry is to rely on the people that are working in it every day.
That's right. That's right.
And tease out of them I'll be blunt with you. I'm thinking about it now over the course of the last 2 decades. Basically every concept that's in this NCMP course I have taken from with their permission and with their discussion in class, but basically I've taken from experts in the industry that are doing it every day.
Yeah.
And that to me is the best knowledge to share. Is not, and again, I have gone through lots of levels of academic training, but there's a difference between information that's coming at you from an academic standpoint and information that's coming at you from things that have worked and really made a difference in the real world. So,
Michael, that's so important on so many levels. I mean, we teach in our classes about, for people that are becoming supervisors, to ask the people doing the work that have the working knowledge, how to improve their conditions, improve the technologies, give them what they need. And that's exactly what it sounds like you're talking about.
Well, the other thing I would add to that, Lance, is that it's important for the professionals to look and listen and learn. As I said, the more advanced I get and the more little buttons and designations and all the stuff I have, quite honestly, the humbler I'm getting, because I just am figuring out how much I don't know in all these different areas that I probably should know to pull together. And I'm honored, quite honestly, it truly is. I think about it, I'm honored to be an instructor in this class, because I'm sharing ideas. And, you may have heard the term, I'm sure a lot of people have heard this term, standing on the shoulders of giants. And the crazy thing about that is that a lot of the giants whose shoulders we're standing on for this class are peoples whose names are not necessarily household names or even really well known in the industry, quite honestly. They're just individuals who go to work every day, do a really good job, and are creative as how they do it. And we're kind enough to share some of that in that collaborative portion of the class that then we can, build on and use for the next one.
I knew the word collaborative was going to come back in there someplace.
Well, I had to for your benefit, Lance.
Thank you. Anything else about the class either of you would want to say?
Well, yes, I'll just say that I think this class, whenever it happens, we're looking at dates coming up in the next couple of months. But whenever this class actually happens, I'm really highly encouraged by the guys that have been taking our CMA, CMR class. It's not too soon to get into this class, even whether you have a little bit of experience or a lot of experience. I think if you've been trained by Normie and you have that basic foundation CMA, CMR class, this would be a very, very good class for you to take.
I want to add something completely different, and that is that our experience in this class is that it's challenging. It's a fair amount of work and everything. That shouldn't necessarily scare people who want to be professionals. But probably the biggest thing is it's fun. And the people that come through this class, talk to me even years and decades later about the relationships that they built in that class and their team when they were on their because we divide them up and then put them in different teams at different points in time for the case study and stuff, and how they got to know some of the other people in their class. And a lot of those, believe it or not, in 3 days become friendships and professional relationships that they hang on to for years and decades. And just, it's one of those things where if you're a professional in the industry and you start to see yourself as a professional in the industry, you want to hang around other professionals in the industry. You have that desire to want to learn from them and share with them. And so we see this, and we see it happen in a very fun way in the class. So the fun factor is actually quite high, as compared to some of the other ones like the CMA, and not that that's not a fun class, but there's so much basic information that's getting across in some of these other classes that you don't quite have the same ability to allow the students in class to express themselves. And the collaborative nature and the case study nature of portions of this class allow some of those personalities to come out. And basically it just usually turns it into a pretty fun class.
I think listening to the two of you, and we've talked for probably close to 40 minutes already, the way I would just sum up what I've heard is 2 words: upper level.
Yep.
I think that does it. That says it all. Gentlemen, anything else? I think we've covered quite a bit of information here tonight.
Well, I'm just really appreciative of having the opportunity to chat with you and with Doug all at the same time and everything. And I would encourage anybody who's even, remotely curious to dig into it. And they can certainly call Normie and talk to Doug about it. They can, get the referral. They can chat with me about it. I'll be happy to spend more time explaining it. But it's a great class. I'm looking forward to having the next crop of people come through it.
And I'll just tell you that I'm excited to say that we've updated our website at training.normie.org to incorporate information about this class, the NCMP. Now, one of the things that's kind of unique about what we're doing these days is that this is going to be a trademarked designation, which means it's based on Normie training, and the NCMP cannot be used by anybody unless they've been trained by us. And so I think that's an additional level of credibility that you're going to get in the marketplace if you're in the industry that you'll not get anywhere else. And I'm just grateful in a very big way to Michael and what he's been able to bring to the team. And I think he's filled a void, and I'm excited about where we're headed with this whole advanced training program. So thank you, Michael, and thank you for being here, especially for this interview today.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, both of you guys, and have a blessed afternoon, evening.
Michael Pinto, CEO of Wonder Makers, and Douglas Hoffman, the Chief Executive Officer from Normie. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Yep.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
Hi, I'd like to take this opportunity now to introduce one of the newest members of our team, and Doug Hoffman, who, for those of you that know him, he is the executive director of Normie, the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors. And what I want to do is take this opportunity now to bring Mike Mosley in, who is one of the newest members of the Normie team, and he's going to be deeply entrenched in the sales side. So a lot of you will be talking to him. So Mike, you want to say a quick hello to everybody, and we'll get this thing started.
Well, thank you, Lance and Doug. I just want to say how excited I am to be a part of the team at Normie. I've gotten to know you all for the last couple of years while I was doing my previous role with another company, and I'm just thrilled to be a part of what Normie does and helping a lot of people out there really live healthier lives.
Well, Mike, it's exciting to have you on the team. I mean, I've been working with you now for about a week and a half, 2 weeks, and just hearing about your extensive sales background is something I want to talk about in a moment. But Doug, if you want to jump in here real quick, give Mike the official welcome.
I do. I've been so excited to have Mike on board. He's been with us actually for about a week and a half, and he's getting up to his eyeballs in training on all the different companies and how they work together, and what he can actually be doing in terms of helping not only our membership, but also helping to get some of our products out there with Best Living Systems. So I'll just be the one to say that I'm so excited to have him. His official title is Vice President of Business Development. And although that may say a lot about what he does, I look forward to us talking a little bit tonight about where he's going to be specifically in supporting our members and also getting those great products out into the hands of people who need them. So welcome aboard, Mike.
Thank you, Doug. I'm very, very happy to be here.
So Mike, let me ask you a question. I was looking through some of the background on you, and I know you're out there on a lot of the social media pages where people are able to look you up and find out more information about you. But after reading it, I realized that we only have 24 hours in a day to cover some of the things that you've done. So we're going to have to cut this down to a little synopsis of, your background. And from what I see, sales has been a tremendous part of what you do. I'm guessing you like doing that.
I love it. I love people. I like showing people how they can better their lives. There are a lot of products out there, some good, some bad. I like to think that I've chosen the good ones, and it's a way to help people live better lives, actually. I like what I do.
We spoke the other day, and I threw the thing out there about do the right thing because it's the right thing to do.
Yes.
And I saw your face light up with that because it's exactly what you were talking about. Same thing with the products, doing right with the products because they're the right product to use and they work. And you seem to have a passion for that.
I do.
Well, I tell you, talking about his people person skills too, I'll just say some of you probably know what his role was in the previous company that he worked with. And it was really to be in charge of direct contact with the distributors of those products, and which meant that they needed to have somebody that they felt comfortable they could talk to, that he would actually pick up the phone, that he would have the answers and the skills to be able to help them. And I think that's one aspect of what he's going to be able to do for us, Lance, that is going to be really exciting, something that we wanted for a long time. In some ways, I always use this phrase, membership mentor, but I think in a lot of ways, that's what he's going to be able to, that's the role that he's going to be able to supply, is being able to talk to these guys and help them work through all of the details and navigate through a lot of the details that we deal with every day. We got to take a lot of that information for granted, but as he said, there's a lot of stuff out there that we've
It
got
sure is.
that we need to share with our members and help them be better at what they do.
Well,
Yes.
one of the big things, Mike, and I don't want, to embarrass you with this or anything, but you come to us with a bunch of industry knowledge and you know the market, you know the people and the players that are in it. And that's something that's very difficult to teach somebody coming in, even if they have a big sales background. So for you to be able to pick up the phone and talk to a contractor or an end user customer calling in, you understand the industry, you understand their needs. And I really think that's a tremendous asset to the Normie team.
I really do have a lot of experience in those areas, from retail to commercial products and programs. As a matter of fact, I worked with and for Zig Ziglar for a couple of years. Some of the listeners out there might know a little bit about Zig, and he always taught us that you help everyone else get what they get, and you'll always get what you get. And boy, believe me, that is so true. So from retail, commercial products, the one component that's there no matter what you're selling or where you go are the people. So if you know how to work with people, know that you're sincere and you like what you do, the rest is easy.
So I'm going to spin off that for a second, if I could. I wanted to talk about, because he mentioned the commercial side of it. I think that's an aspect that he's really going to be able to bring to the table for us. We have a lot of members that are very interested in commercial work, not only on our monitoring program, but also on the sale of commercial products. And I think Mike's going to really be able to help us in that side of the industry as well.
Well, I think the knowledge base gives them confidence, Doug. I think that's the biggest thing, knowing the industry and you have confidence. And then when a consumer or somebody searching for information reaches out, when you talk to somebody and you can sense that confidence, it makes it much easier. The person's found, let's say, a home to go for that support. And that's really what we're all about.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know that Mike knows this story. I know some of our members do, but we had recently, over the last several years, been called out to do an assessment in a huge commercial environment. And they wanted us to do an assessment, and they actually had a couple of IHs, industrial hygienists, on staff. And anyway, they accepted our proposal. We flew to Kentucky, spent several days doing that assessment, and flew back. And while I was out there, I was curious. I asked the decision maker, why is it that you selected us? You have industrial hygienists on staff. They called apparently a lot of people to try to find out who should do it. And we were a little more expensive than anyone else. He said, well, I'll tell you, he said, I could tell from the first time I talked to you that you had a solution and you said you could solve the problem. And he said, that's what I needed to hear. So I think you're exactly right, giving our members the confidence with the way we back them up and the way we support them, but giving them the training and the confidence that they need, that they can get into the marketplace and solve the problems that people are dealing with. Having somebody like Mike on the team just enhances that asset.
Absolutely. And Mike, again, it goes back to me, the importance is the confidence and the comfort zone that the end user or our members actually will get when they talk to you.
Thank you, Lance. Yeah, I'm excited about it because I do understand a lot about the commercial. I understand a lot about the residential markets, and I think I'll be a benefit to customers and Normie and the Best Living Systems alike.
Well, I'm excited because people will call you and not me. So, there you have it. No, look kidding. You'll see.
The truth comes out.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Well, Mike, welcome aboard. Doug, is there anything else you wanted to talk with Mike about?
No, I just I shared his excitement. This is something that we've wished we could do for a really long time, many years, and I'm just glad that we're starting 2023. It's going to be a fantastic year, and I'm just glad we're starting it out in this way.
Well, Doug, let me thank you. Lance, let me thank you for all the help you've given me so far, and hope you'll continue to give me, and especially to those of you out there listening. I'm so excited and look so forward to working with you all and helping you build your businesses, because we can do that time together. I know we can.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Doug. Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Perfect Fit Filter by Best Living Systems, another innovative product by Best Living Systems that will change the way you breathe indoors. Older style filters use cardboard frames which become quickly filled up with mold and dead skin cells, causing them to flex inward and allow air to go right past the filter. With the Perfect Fit Filter, there is no blow-by. Because there is no cardboard for the mold to eat, this Perfect Fit Filter is designed with a sturdy internal frame and sized to fit virtually any size opening. It allows the edges of the filter media to enclose the frame of your return air grills, so every cubic inch of air is filtered. No reason to go searching for your specific size in your local big box store. The Perfect Fit Filter is shipped directly to you when you need them. In a home or office environment, this incredible 1-inch filter provides MERV 7 protection to serve as a 90-day filter. How can you leave this filter in for 90 days? Popular pleated filters provide tiny crevices where mold and bacteria get trapped. Because you are bringing to their nests dead skin cells and other organic materials, the microbes find a safe harbor, an environment where they can grow and reproduce. This is called bionesting, and the Perfect Fit Filter reduces the possibility of these microbes contaminating the air we breathe. Because the Perfect Fit Filter is rated with a MERV 7, the industry standard for 1-inch filters, it does not restrict airflow or put unnecessary strain on your air handler. The Perfect Fit Filter, now available by monthly subscription and free shipping at perfectfitfilter.com. The Perfect Fit for people who like to breathe.
Hello, everyone. I want to welcome you all to another segment of In Your Neighborhood. We do this quite often where we talk with members of Normie from around the country. We talk to them about their different types of business models, how they're doing in their specific sections of the country, and anything of interest that they have with all their different types of vertical markets that may be in their area. So today we're fortunate enough to have Anthony Leonard here. He is one of the Normie members that's been with us since, I believe, 2019. And I'll let him introduce himself in a moment. I couldn't do him justice talking about his background, and it's pretty extensive. So what I'm going to do is, Anthony, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you to come in and just give us a kind of an overview of who you are and your company or companies, which I understand you have a few of them going on there.
So my name is Anthony Leonard. I'm the Vice President of TIES 360, which stands for Total Indoor Environmental Solutions. That's an air conditioning type based business that we converted more or less into home performance type work, where we do air duct cleaning, whole home dehumidifiers, removal of contaminated insulation in attics, and then sealing top plates. And that business model, we truly look at the home as an envelope. The entire home is an envelope. My other business is Building Performance Solutions, which I started back in 2018. And I really didn't do a lot with it. And then I became Normie certified, and then I started doing testing, indoor air quality testing mainly for mold, starting to get into some of the VOC arena now and bacteria. After the class I just took, I learned quite a bit from it. But that's, my background is HVAC, a little over 25 years, and a lot of knowledge in that. I'm not a pro by any means, I don't think, but I have a diverse amount of knowledge in indoor air quality.
You said a little over 25 years, and okay, so you're not a newbie in this industry. I guess you've seen mold over the years, especially in air conditioning systems and how it can affect people. And today, the big buzzword is IAQ, or indoor air quality. If nothing else, COVID had brought that to the forefront for everybody. All the HVAC contractors I deal with all over the country, their businesses exploded. Everybody wanting to learn either more about it, upgrade their systems, filtering, purification. So I guess you've been experiencing the same thing.
Yeah, I would say, you know, we've been talking about indoor air quality before indoor air quality was cool. That's what we like to say here. But we've never seen, I think with COVID and so many people staying home and not going out of their home, they got a chance to see just how bad their air quality is, or hidden issues that they weren't aware of, such as mold. Or we did have a lot of calls where we were going out where people were complaining of headaches or smells in their home that they had never smelled before. So I would definitely say COVID with the spike in indoor air quality.
Nope, we lost your video there. There you go, you're back.
Not sure what happened.
That's okay. It's technology. That's what it does.
Right.
You know, what's funny, you said indoor air quality is a cool thing. I tell people that, you know, we have a very niche market dealing with indoor air quality. You know, it only affects people that breathe. So it's probably what, about 8 billion people on this planet right now, you know, that are affected by it. So very, very small market share out there. So let's get into some of the real details. You've been in the industry over 25 years. You have 2 different companies going on. What made you go into this industry, this career path?
So probably about I don't know why it keeps doing that, but I see it popping up on my screen.
Okay.
Probably about 3 or 4 years into my AAC career, I was doing maintenance, and I was coming across a lot of air handlers that had a lot of microbial growth in it. And back then we were saying mold, and we didn't, you know, way back then, it wasn't as bad of a word as it is now. You know, now you want to avoid, even as a, you know, a licensed assessor in the state, I still try to avoid that word and use more microbial growth. But I was seeing a lot of microbial growth in the air handler, and I didn't understand why. And I'm a guy that works off of why. Why is that happening? So I started doing more research and started finding out that it was due to moisture carryover, and then you know, duct sizing wasn't proper, and I mean, it just went on and on and on. And then I went down that rabbit hole, and then there was no coming back from that. And then I just wanted to know more, and I wanted to know more. And then it only made sense to me, being NADCA certified and doing air, you know, HVAC cleaning and seeing microbial growth, that I was able to test that and be able to determine, is that truly mold, or is it just dust, or what is it? And that's what started it.
You know, it's I'm going to say a good thing that you keep referring to it as microbial growth, because that's really where the industry has gone. I mean, beyond COVID and any of the other illnesses that are out, or the diseases that are out there, I mean, when we do assessments, we're coming across VOC problems, we're coming across particulates, we're coming across bacteria. I mean, all kinds of other nasty things that are affecting the air that we breathe. And you can't just over focus on mold, because then you miss everything else. I mean, as an assessor, going to somebody's house that's convinced they have a mold problem and finding out they're really getting sick because of the gasoline they store in their garage, and the fumes are coming in that they don't realize, you know, that's what our industry is really about. And it sounds like you've been doing that for quite some time.
Well, we always chuckle a little bit when we go to the condos over here. You know, we're in Sarasota, and there's a lot of condos on the water, and you know, that interior space is worth a lot of money. So they'll take an air handler and stick it in a closet with an open return, and the homeowner thinks, hey, there's a little bit of space underneath this air handler. I'm going to use that to store my cleaning supplies. They don't realize anything that's off gassing is just being pulled into the return of the air handler and distributed through all the supply ductwork. So, you know, we see that a lot. We always get a kick out of that. And we let the customer know, you really don't want to put this here, and this is why.
So I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm not quite sure how you're really going to be able to answer this. I always talk to people about, you know, what's their business model, especially you're in Sarasota, Florida, so it's going to be different than somebody in Fargo, North Dakota, you know, obviously different weather conditions and things like that. But you also have multiple companies and a very diverse background, going from HVAC to microbial. So what kind of business model do you run with?
So, you know, the Ties, again, it specializes in home performance, and we do services that I explained prior. I wanted to separate the companies because I did not want, just like mold testing and mold assessing, I did not want there to be, anywhere where somebody thought that we might not be conflict of interest. I didn't want any conflicts of interest. So we started BPS, and my guys here could tell you that I've gone and I've tested behind ties and I have failed us in an air handler. So I'm the same way all the time, no matter whether I'm testing for our company or I'm testing for somebody else. But, kind of like Best Living Systems and you guys, what we're able to do is I wanted to, listening to Doug, I wanted to be able to do the same thing. I wanted a solution-based company where I could give a turnkey solution. So when we talk about total indoor environmental solutions, 360, full circle, I want to give people turnkey. So we have relationships with mold remediation contractors we can recommend. BPS can go out and do testing, and I will tell them full disclosure. My wife owns Ties 360, to which she does. I'm the vice president, and that company specializes in HVAC cleaning. So anything that's HVAC related, she may be able to help you, but I'll give you the name of 3 companies. So they've truly been able to help each other. Same with Ties. If my guys go out and they're doing a duct cleaning and they go in the attic and they see microbial growth on the top of the ceiling or a truss, they may say, hey, we think you may have an issue up here in the attic, and we recommend Building Performance Solutions to come out and take a look.
I've talked with a lot of people around the country that have a business model of multiple companies, and for a whole variety of different reasons and different vertical markets. But the main thing that I keep coming across is that every once in a while you'll get one of those companies will be down a little bit, but the other one always picks up. And having these multiple streams, or one's a little off this, quarter, the other one's picked up, and, they kind of, even though they're separate, it helps the overall, effect of the industry and the business that you're running. So it's kind of interesting that you're experiencing the same thing. All right, here comes a tough question for you.
Okay.
Why Normie?
I did a lot of research. I did a lot of research before I picked who I wanted to go to for school. And I looked at some reviews, and one of the things that I had heard from another individual was the way Normie helps you grow your business. Okay. And I had said this in the class that I just took too. The resources that Normie gives us, not just, there's 12 pages of downloadable content, full 12 pages of down, and not just how to test, but also how to develop the business model, and how to be successful. If you're a Normie member and you're not successful, it's because you don't want to be. You have everything that you need. If I wear 2 hats, and, Ties at times can be very demanding. I'm the consultant here, so it can be very demanding. So I could be a lot more successful in BPS if I applied myself more. For example, I don't know exactly how many certifications I have of Normie, but it's quite a bit. If I applied doing the sanitization protocol more to BPS, I could make a lot more money. I truly could. So I guess the short answer is there's nobody else out there doing that. There's nobody else out there that cares. Doug cares, and I've heard him talk. He's passionate about this. He cares about you being he's not just a business owner himself. He's passionate about you being successful yourself.
That's really his focus. He talks about it. It's not about helping somebody get a license, about helping them build a successful business, because that helps the overall industry. It's taking this industry to a whole new level. There was a lot of dark side to our industry years ago. And as the states are slowly coming around to licensing and putting regulations in place, it is helping, but there's a long way to go. So we're trying to do it this way. And that's something that Doug absolutely demands out of all of us, that, we do the right thing for the right reasons.
And I can also tell you this, as an HVAC contractor, I've seen a lot of different filters. I've seen a lot of different air purification systems. And it is really hard to get me to say, hey, I like this product, but I like every product that you guys are offering. And that's, that's other things that's other things that people can add to their business model to help them be successful. Like, okay, I came in here and I've done the testing, and you know what, you don't have mold, but you've got some bacteria levels, and here's some things that you can do to address it, and you're not, and I know, our industry, along with HVAC, has a bad name, and sometimes for really, really good reasons. I do see things going on that you got a company that's a remediation company that's also doing testing in our state, and it's frowned upon. So we do have, a bad reputation sometimes for warranted reasons. But anyway, getting back to it, you guys have product that I believe in, and I don't say that about a lot. The Perfect Fit filter, great filter, doesn't hurt static, which I'm big on. I look at static pressure with everything for air conditioning itself. If the static pressure is not good, nothing else.
Well, it looks like we may have lost Anthony there. We'll give it a moment or two, see if he's able to get back into the room. Okay, and we're back. Unfortunately, the internet does drop out, and we've experienced that a lot in Florida from our classroom, actually, that we've had in several different locations down there. So glad you're back. So I'll tell you what, we're only one or two more questions I really had for you, and obviously anything you want to tell us about yourself is great, but if you could pinpoint one or two things about Normie, how do you think it's helped you? Or has it helped you?
Oh, it's absolutely helped me. So, the class, I've always thought about microbial growth, or mold, specifically mold in this instance, but I was doing my sampling strategy very different until the class that I just went to. So, and I was able to tell, Doug, I go to the Tuesday night meetings when I can. And I think they're really, really important. That's one way that it has helped me. There's, we can, as a member, we can log on Tuesday night and get a ton of information from other experts in our industry. And it's not hard. You just log on to the computer and you get to watch it. It's very convenient. You get to watch it from your home or your place of business. That's one that I'm going to implement things that I just learned on testing strategies that Doug talked about, as far as how many samples, why, where. There's no laws in our industry, not really even really standards. We just have guidelines to go by. So to be able to, I think that class was really, really informative to figure out, where do other people feel like, and it was an interactive class. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be there in person. I had to do it online, but it was still an interactive class, and I was able to see what other assessors thought would be the best location for these samples. So between that, my favorite thing is, if I'm going to be honest, is the downloadable content, what I can go to, what I can read. I've probably a couple times read Doug's book on mold-free construction, and I often listen to it again to refresh. I've done a lot of testing for new homes here lately on our side, and not surprising, they're all failing, right? Trusses are laying down on the ground, they're laying out in the rain, so they're all have really high number. And people that are moving down, which, by the way, a lot of people from your area are coming down here in New York, so we're just waiting on you to come down, Lance. But a lot of people from Jersey and New York are moving here, and somehow through the grapevine, they've heard about microbial growth or mold and how bad it can be here. So I can tell you, just about everybody I get from up north that's a buyer is doing a mold test, besides the home inspection.
No, and it is big up here too. We have different, obviously, conditions than down there, but we do have extremes up here, which is another cause for these problems. Plus, up here, the air conditioning sizing is very different than what's going on in Florida. And you know how the wrong sizing can make a big difference. So, that's all the stuff. But the class that you were talking about that you just attended was the ISSS. It's the IAQ Mold Strategies, Sampling, and Solutions. It's always a mouthful to say that one. But I know that you're also an assessor and a remediator in the state of Florida. So this kind of gives you something different, on top of that ISSS class?
Absolutely. So I am a certified mold assessor, certified mold remediator. I don't do any remediation at all, and I didn't go to get that license, although I still have the certification. I thought it was, even though I never intended to do the actual mold remediation, I thought it was really important to take both classes so that I can understand what the criteria for the remediator is. As an assessor, we need to work hand in hand to give the homeowner the best solution possible. So I thought it was really, really important to take both of those classes and get certified in both. And I mean, if I could, every week, if I could take a class of normies, I would. I don't have that time, but there's, I can't stress enough how informative the ISSA class, the ISSS class is that I just took. It truly was truly informative, and I learned something. So if you just learn one thing, I'm also certified in test and balance, so I have a lot of ABCs behind my name. And that class that I went to for test and balance, the proctor in that test said something that I thought was pretty resounding. If you go to a class and you just learn one thing, and you start implementing just that one thing, it's worth it. And I've already implemented 3 things from the one class that I went to.
Cool. Well, you said something earlier when we were talking about doing things based on why. And you just said it again, why it's important for remediators to know what assessors do, and what assessors have to know what remediators do, because if you're not talking the same language, nobody understands why.
Exactly.
And it's just so important. And the ISSS just adds, I guess, another layer on top of that for things you can take from those classes and just expand into your business, which you obviously have just done.
Well, that I know of, there's no real class out there currently to teach you really sampling strategies. So this is why I thought this class was really important. I wanted to see what Doug had to say. He's been doing it for a lot longer than I have. So, I wanted to see what he had to say. And then again, I got to see what other people, there was a gal there from Hawaii. She was on Zoom. She was from Hawaii, and she was talking about the differences of their testing techniques and how, there they really, let me make sure, I did it again. But there she was saying they don't, mold's like one of those things like, hey, it's just supposed to be there, obviously because of their climate. But it was nice to be able to see what other people have to say and what they're dealing with in our industry. So that's the other part of the class, right? It's not just the technical stuff that you get, but being able to talk to other people in the industry and seeing challenges that they're facing and learning from them.
One of the things that came out of the pandemic was the use of online training. Now, we were using Zoom before Zoom was a thing, so we've been doing this for quite a few years. But now it's become the standard. And just what you were talking about, you get to interact with people in real time from all over the place. We've had people from, we have one member that's he bounces around between China, the Philippines, Japan, and we never know when he's going to come into CE training for what country. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning for him, but he's here. And, it's interesting. And it's like, all right, where are you today? But he comes in for the CE trainings because he feels it's very important also. So, nobody can beat him out on the distance challenge. Hawaii was close, but, he still takes the furthest one. Well, I'm just trying to think if there was anything else that I was going to talk with you about. I mean, I'm really glad that you were in the ISSS class. I mean, I did pop in a few times during that class, and you were engaged in a lot of discussions with Doug, and it was interesting to see your point of view on a lot of things, and it was very valuable, I feel, for the class. So thank you for that.
I appreciate that. HVAC definitely brings another element, and again, I mean, I'm impressed with Doug's knowledge on the HVAC side of it, understanding static pressure and understanding our side of it. There's HVAC contributes to a lot of microbial problems, especially in my state. If it's not sized, you brought up a point, sized properly. I think they're saying about 30% of systems are sized properly. which is
Yeah.
not good for our industry, so I want to make sure that, again, going back, and it kind of pertains to Normie too, but NCI uses this, which is if you're not testing, you're guessing, right? So testing is really, really important. And it just happened to me. I just went to just give you kind of an example, I just went and did a test where I swore there was like some white fuzzy looking stuff on the wood paneling next to a staircase. I opened the vanity doors and there was black stuff on the vanity doors, and I swore we had mold growth. We did, but very, very low, not elevated at all. So, that's why testing is really, really important. And I've even looked at some of the downloads that I was talking about, looking at wood, trying to look at wood and determine is it rot, although we shouldn't say that word in our industry because, insurance and but I think, that's why I stay with Normie. That's why I'm a member of Normie. I'm a member of Normie because of everything that's available to me. And I think that that's important. Like I said, I encourage anybody that's never went to Normie's website, just go click on the downloads tab and look at the 12 pages of information that's there. I mean, they're there to help you.
Yeah.
Again, if you're a Normie member and you're not successful, it's because you're not trying.
So do you think we're going to see you at the, I believe it's the NCRSI class or the CAIA, the advanced assessment class, or the sensitized individual classes?
You will see me at all of those classes.
Yeah.
So I deal a lot with sensitized individuals over here. And that was a chord that was struck that Doug said when I was at the class. If I wouldn't have been at the ISSS class, I wouldn't have heard him say this. I have, and I don't know how many other people have, I have the client where the wife says the husband's crazy or the husband says the wife's crazy. And I didn't know the word that was attached for that. Over here, they call them the mold people, or I call them the 3%ers, which only 3% of the population is bothered by a lot of what we test for. But in our area, we have a lot of these individuals. And I learned, again, unfortunately, this is why it's important to continue to go to class. Unfortunately and fortunately, I learned something, which I learned just because it doesn't test positive for mold doesn't mean that they don't have a problem. I have an ATP meter. I've had an ATP meter for a long time. It's one of the first tools that I bought, but I haven't been using it. And it was just a reminder, hey, I need to get this thing back out and start using it again and checking for bacteria. Because what if you have that sensitized individual and you're only testing for mold? And that's what I've been doing. I haven't been doing VOC. Or I didn't know, here's another good one, the swab. I know that I can test for bacteria and I know I can test for mold, but why wasn't I adding bacteria to the swab? It's just something I wasn't doing. Now you got a 2-for-1. I wouldn't have known about that if I wouldn't have went to this last class.
You know what a lot of guys don't know, especially the ones that have been doing assessments, and it kind of creeps up on them, that if they're not requesting a difference between bacteria and mold, they're using just a single Petri dish. And a lot of times, if they're not treating that Petri dish with an antibiotic, the bacteria is going to overgrow the plate and inhibit mold growth. So they may get results back saying, oh, there was no mold growth. That's because the bacteria took over the plate too fast. And, it's something you need to consider. Oh, it was all black and everything else. It must be mold. And they tell, oh, no, there was no mold growth because it was all bacteria. Doesn't mean you don't have a mold problem. Just means the bacteria overgrew the plate. So very interesting comment there. And it's something that's very real in our industry that people need to know about.
Yeah. So then, and then that brings another dynamic when you were talking about business models earlier. That's something else. You can get, you can take the class and become a certified biocide applicator and a certified sanitized. I forgot the exact one. There's a lots of them, but you can get that certification, and now you can do a sanitization protocol that Normie stands behind. As long as you follow their process and you do it their way, they're going to stand behind it. And now you got somebody standing behind what you've done. Like, we're not just testing. We're trying to give these homeowners solutions as to, okay, here, We wrote a protocol for it to be clean. Now, this is what you can do afterwards in effort to keep this at bay from your home, bar a water loss or something like that. There's nothing you can do when there's something like that. But there's a lot of things that, there's so many things for our industry now too. And I think I'm not going to talk about it. I'm sure Doug will talk about it here in a class coming up. But just a hint, ways to monitor your indoor air quality. So
Yep.
we've gotten really advanced in our technology. So there's a lot of really cool things out there.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you. I think you were talking about the CSP course, Certified Sanitizing Professional.
Yes.
Yeah. We are constantly approached from different companies to take a look at their new technology, whether it's monitoring devices. I have another one sitting here on my desk that Doug and I are starting to look at now that does a whole lot of things, and it can be portable. And, we'll see if it makes prime time, we'll introduce it to everybody.
Right.
But we want to make sure it's something that really works. It's easy to function in different environments, and we do our research first. But those are the kinds of things that we try to bring out for everybody. And, it's appreciated by most of the people. Well, I appreciate you being with us. I know the mornings are tough, afternoons are tough, nights are tough. Time is very, very difficult to niche out a little bit here to do these interviews. So I appreciate it. And we may have to have you come back and do a little bit more digging into your business model and stuff, because it's very intriguing the way that you work that.
Anytime. And I hope to see you tonight. I'm going to try to make it.
I appreciate that. So thank you again. And maybe we'll do this in the future. And I hope to see you at our CAIA class, which I usually am part of that.
I will
Thank
be there
you.
for sure. Thank you. Bye.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
Welcome to IAQ Basics 101, Managing the Air We Breathe. My name's Doug Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director of Normie, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. IAQ Basics 101 is a class offered through besttrainingschool.com. This copyrighted presentation will discuss the problems of indoor air pollution as well as solutions to those problems. There are multiple ways to deal with indoor air pollution, and I suppose this picture addresses one of those. The EPA and other government agencies suggest removing the source of the pollution, but as we will see, that's not always possible and is not necessarily a viable option, especially since we ourselves are the source of much of the pollution indoors. Dilution with fresh air makeup is also suggested as an option, but that's not always possible, and in many cases it allows us to bring even more pollution from the outside into our living space. This class is designed to talk about the seriousness of the problem, the sources of the problem, and the real holistic solution to managing indoor air quality. Whether in a residential, commercial, industrial, or institutional environment, the solutions are the same and effective to reduce microbials, particulates, and other contaminants that pollute our indoor breathing space. Several years ago, Normie.org started a national survey asking homeowners in particular to rank their indoor air quality from 1 to 10, 1 being poor, 10 being excellent. And so the question, how would you rate the indoor air quality in your home? Now, with several thousand responses, the evidence is clear that most people, in excess of 90%, rank their indoor air quality at a 7 or below. That many people recognize that they have a problem, but not quite sure what that problem is or who to call to resolve it. This short course should help put those concerns to rest by suggesting the sources of the problem and the solutions that are effective in improving indoor air quality in virtually every single case. We are not unaware of the problems in our homes and offices. Many people react to the contaminants that exist in our indoor environments, and there is even an entire segment of the medical industry that now recognizes and treats the symptoms of environmental illness. The AAEM, American Association of Environmental Medicine, has been a leader among doctors in training and helping them resolve the problems that people experience as a result of indoor air pollution. No longer are those affected shuffled off to a psychiatrist or disregarded as a hypochondriac, because more and more evidence is coming to light every year on the devastating effects of long-term, low-level pollutants on our health and general well-being. Allergy, lethargy, overall unproductivity are now being associated with many of these contaminants, and property owners, managers, and doctors are interested in finding solutions. This class allows you to take a giant leap toward a holistic approach to dealing with indoor air pollution. But first, you must understand what comprises or makes up the contaminants that we breathe every day indoors. You could classify every single component that affects indoor air quality into one of these 7 components. And if you know what the problem is, the solution is easier to understand. As I've said many times, prognosis without diagnosis is malpractice, and so it is with indoor air pollution. If you don't understand the problem, then you don't have a solution. If you do understand the problem, and you understand that it's multifaceted, then you will understand that the solution must then be multi-strategic. There is no one-size-fits-all, or just put this machine in your house and all will be well approach to solving these issues. It's about dealing with all of them in a synergistic way. So let's talk about each of these as we see them in our environments and as they pollute those environments. Particles. That's a dust mite. 32,000 of them on an ounce of dust. And there are a lot of people who are allergic to dust mites because dust mites love to eat organic material, dead skin. And when they eat that dead skin, they do what other animals do, and that becomes aerosolated. And that dust mite feces has enzymes in it that makes people allergic to it. And so dust mites obviously are a problem, and what they do after they eat becomes a problem. But there are other things in the environment floating around as well, pollen and mold spores, particulates that need to be taken out of the air that we breathe. There have been multiple studies about submicron particles and how they actually get past our natural filtering systems, the nose hairs, the hairs in our lungs, and actually can even be brought into our bloodstream. And so dealing with particles, of course, is an extremely important way of dealing with indoor air quality. Unfortunately, in the indoor air quality business for the last few years, so much emphasis and focus has been put on particles that some of the other problems that are in the environment have been ignored. And so a lot of effort has been made to make really good and efficient filters. But that's only one solution to one specific problem. Odors. In our environment, we have odors, all kinds of odors. Sometimes those odors are symptomatic of gases. Sometimes they're symptomatic of other things like cooking odors or secondhand smoke. But odors are a tremendous allergen, and it's an indoor air quality issue that needs to be addressed. Gases. Of course, I tell people in our indoor air quality classes that we have enough chemicals under our kitchen sink to kill a couple of elephants. But the truth is that we have all kinds of things in our environments that are off-gassing different types of chemicals. If you think about walking into a room that's just been painted, that room smells. There's your odors. But those odors are actually coming from gases from the paints and the VOCs. Those gases will continue for years and years, sometimes up to 10 years after the smell of the new paint has gone away. Formaldehyde, glues, OSB, carpeting, all of these things put off gases. Some of them we smell, some of them we don't smell. Usually at this point when I'm talking about indoor air quality, I talk about these three as they're really evidenced by secondhand smoke. A single cigarette produces over 4,000 chemical gases, 43 of which are carcinogenic. And in most cases, when they try to take cigarette smoke out of an environment, like in a bar or a restaurant, they use a filter, and so they're successful at taking the particles out, but it still smells like an ashtray. And that's because they haven't removed the gases and the odors that remain. So if you were going to have a multi-strategic solution to secondhand smoke, you'd have to have something that would deal with not only the particulates, but also deal with the gases and with the odors. And then of course we have biopollutants, and we think about mold because it's something that's very obvious and there's been a lot of press about it, but there's all kinds of biopollutants in our environments. E. coli, salmonella, methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, MRSA, all kinds of things going on in our environments that actually become aeroslated. Now that's not because the bacteria has wings and can fly around, but it does in fact travel on the dead skin cells and other things that are floating around in our environment. When I talked about particulates, one of the things that I didn't really mention but is one of the biggest pollutions in our environment is our cells. We actually put off dead skin cells. And if you look at a shaft of light in the morning and you see all of those things floating around, 80% of that, according to scientists, 80% of that is dead skin. Well, that dead skin becomes a little magic carpet ride for bacteria and for viruses and other types of biopollutants. And so biopollutants are a major issue not only on surfaces but also when they become aerosolated. That's the fourth component of indoor air quality that needs to be addressed. Temperature and humidity. Obviously, as the temperature gets high and the humidity gets high, much greater chance of mold growing. Even when the temperature gets low and the humidity gets low, there's a good possibility that bacteria will grow. And so one of the things that we do in our trainings is we talk about trying to keep the relative humidity between 40 and 60% so that there's a less possibility that contaminants will actually grow in that environment. But these two components obviously need to be addressed. In the air conditioning industry, they talk about combining these two, and they deal with what's called psychrometrics and how the two actually work in environments to keep air cleaner and how they can make the air conditioning systems more efficient. Temperature and humidity. And then the seventh component is comfort, and that's how air moves in the environment. You know, when you're in an environment that's got stagnant air, where it's hot at your head and it's cold at your feet, it's extremely uncomfortable. By getting the air moving, by using ceiling fans, leaving the air conditioning system on, so that it's actually moving the air. Not only are you keeping a more comfortable environment, you're taking away the false positives that a thermostat might give you, false readings that you might have about the heat or the coolness of that particular environment. And if you're using proactive air purification technologies or passive technologies, as we're going to talk about in just a few moments, moving the air is vital to keeping good air quality. By moving the air, you're trapping the particulates, you're taking the proactive air purification to the surfaces, cleaning the bacteria, killing the mold, you're dealing with odors and VOCs. All of that has to do with air movement. So these 7 components, and again, we're talking about particulates, odors, gases, temperature, humidity, and comfort. All of these have to be addressed if you're going to have a multi-strategic solution to this multifaceted problem. Particles, biopollutants, odors, temperature, humidity, gases, and comfort. You need to address all of them. So the first conclusion that should be drawn after understanding the many facets of the problem is that solution is not just about filters. Filters play a very big part in resolving many issues, but they certainly don't address many of the pollutants like odors and gases, and they are restricted by the difficulty of trying to get some of these pollutants to the filter. We'll talk about the value of good filters and the shortcomings of bad ones shortly, but even before that discussion, it's clear that it's not the whole answer to IAQ management. It's not about source removal. If we are producing much of the dead skin that's in any environment, removing us is not the answer. Yes, we can give our cat to Aunt Sally and tell our wife to smoke outdoors, but there are so many things in our environments that simply cannot be removed. After all, who wants to live in a stainless steel house? So many of our construction materials are great feeding ground for mold and bacteria, and how do we fix that problem? And it's not about dilution. Certainly adding fresh air into the home or office is a good way to dilute some of the contaminants, but as I suggested earlier, in some parts of the country, the last thing I want to do is bring so-called fresh air into the environment. At least I wouldn't want to bring it in without it having been cooled, filtered, and purified. Again, certainly a part of the solution, but not the entire solution. Our solution, the Normie approved solution, is a multi-strategic approach with these 3 prongs: air filtration and purification, surface protection, and lifestyle changes. When I wrote my book, Mold-Free Construction, and that's available at moldfreeconstruction.com, I suggested a sanitization protocol, and it incorporates this 3-pronged approach. Take a look here at a recent table that I found that suggested the top 10 solutions to indoor air quality issues. It's interesting because the 3-pronged approach is included right here. You've got utilize air purification, utilize air filtration, dehumidify or humidify, reduce carpeting, revise your cleaning schedule, use hypoallergenic bedding, use green cleaning supplies, reduce volatile organic compounds, respond quickly to leaks or moisture, manage plants, and clean your pets. It's interesting that this 3-pronged approach is included. Lifestyle changes that include decluttering, scheduled maintenance, and so forth is incorporated in the revised cleaning schedule. Respond quickly to leaks and use hypoallergenic bedding. Using green cleaning supplies that are low in VOCs deals with surface protection, and I have many more listed in my sanitization protocol. So we want to now close in on air filtration and purification technologies, which is probably the most technical of all the solutions. There are so many air purification technologies and so much marketing hype that it's often difficult to understand exactly what works and what doesn't. So let's simplify the approach. Every piece of air purification equipment in the market today is either active or passive in its approach to resolving indoor air pollution problems. By passive, we mean that, like a mousetrap, it's bringing the pollution to the solution. A filter is a good example of a passive technology because the filter sits there waiting for the air to be brought to the filter. The other option to take care of that pesky mouse would be to buy a cat. That cat is on seek and destroy mode, and she's going out there to take the solution to the pollution. That's a proactive approach to solving the problem. So in that context, let's talk about the different technologies in the marketplace and talk about each, how they work, and the advantages or disadvantages of each. What you'll quickly see is that a synergistic approach utilizing multiple technologies in a combination of passive and active is by far the best and most effective way to deal with all of the potential contaminants in the indoor environment. To take this a step further in evaluating technologies on the market today, all of them, that is all of the equipment on the market today, utilizes one of 5 technologies: either filtration, ionization, ozonation, ultraviolet, or ultraviolet with target plate. The very best equipment utilizes several of these, as you'll see in a few moments, but we must first understand the value and limitation of each before we have a clear understanding of the efficiency and effectiveness when these are combined. Filters would include all of the different media that we see in the market. They might be fiberglass, foam rubber, carbon or carbon impregnated, polyester, but each serves a different purpose based on its density and configuration. HEPA, high efficiency particulate arrestor, filters, probably the highest quality filter on the market today, incorporated a pleated configuration and is usually appropriate only in commercial environments where the air handlers can handle the tight density of the filter media. For the average consumer, anything above a MERV 7 or 8 rating, according to ASHRAE. Now, ASHRAE is the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, could negatively impact the efficiency of the air conditioning system and even, in many cases, damage blower motors and other moving parts of the system. MERV, which is the Minimum Efficiency Reporting Value, a standard set by ASHRAE to determine the effectiveness and efficiency of a specific media. Ionization sends an electrical charge into the environment using several different types of components to charge particles and make them flock together or aggregate so they can be carried to the filter. In many cases, submicron particles are so light that they are never brought to the filter, and these are, by most studies, the most harmful to our health. Bypassing the natural filters of our nose and lungs, these particles can wreak havoc on our health. Ozonation is produced by a couple of different methods. Ozone can be very effective in reducing microbial pollutants in the air and on surfaces, but it must be closely monitored and is problematic for a small percentage of the population. Ozone production is regulated by some states, and in particular, the state of California bans air purification technologies that incorporate ozone production in their machines. Fortunately, there are now other technologies that are just as effective without the harmful side effects. Ultraviolet has been widely used in the air conditioning industry, but unfortunately it seems as though many technicians really don't understand how it works, or doesn't, and so many have lost faith in the effectiveness as an air purification technique. With the advent of target plates, the photocatalytic oxidation technology is one of the newest technologies addressing airflow and has proven to be extremely effective in keeping air and surfaces clean of many contaminants. Let's talk about each of these in a little more detail and discuss whether they are active or passive in their approach to air purification. This is a good example of a traditional pleated filter. There are some limitations that inhibit the effectiveness of filters, and much of that has to do with the type of filter that's used and the maintenance, or lack of it, that's required. We've talked about the variety of filter media that can be used, but all filters are limited by the air handler itself in terms of the amount of air that actually gets to the filter. Air exchanges are a way of describing the effectiveness of the filter, but it ignores the reality that much of the air in any environment never actually gets to the filter. Just like the swirling leaf in a swimming pool that never gets to the pool filter, the air in any environment has pockets of air that never move. At least that air never gets exchanged and therefore is never really filtered. Maintenance is probably one of the biggest issues with filters because people often will leave their filters in for a very long time. So long that the media is so full that it actually sucks the cardboard frame of the filter away from the edges of the return, causing blow-by. And again, the air is not filtered. If filters are not changed regularly, they can become a media for mold and bacterial growth, a syndrome that we in the industry call bionesting. The solution is a good MERV 7 or 8 filter, frameless, impregnated with a good antimicrobial. And if you view Best Living Systems module at the end of this module, also attached to this lesson, you'll see the value and efficiency of the Perfect Fit filter for most 1-inch applications. With all this understood, the filter is still passive, waiting for the contaminants to get to it. We highly recommend a good filter, but it should be only one of the parts of the solution, and it should be one that doesn't cause the very problems that you're trying to solve. Ions are invisible particles, either molecules or atoms, which bear an electric charge. Atoms, for instance, consist of an atomic nucleus that contains neutral neutrons and positively charged protons, as well as orbiting electrons that are negatively charged. And when an atom is in neutral condition, the number of protons and electrons, which are negative, protons positive, electrons negative, is equal. When the number of protons and electrons is not the same, the particle becomes an ion that is either positively or negatively charged. Negative ions can be artificially generated by electrical devices such as ionizers, which use an external power source to generate large quantities of negative ions. Virtually all particles in the air have a positive charge, while negative ions have a negative charge, in which case negative ions and particles magnetically attract to one another. When there's a high enough concentration of negative ions in the air, they will attract to floating particles in large numbers. This causes the particle to become too heavy to remain airborne, and as a result, the particle will fall out of the air and will then be collected by normal cleaning activities such as vacuuming or dusting or even in the filter. The ionization process has been used for years on the construction sites and other locations where particulates need to be removed from our breathing space. Negative needlepoint and pulsating ionization simply charge those particles that are then attracted to one another and either dropped out of our breathing range or taken to a filter. The newest ionization technology is the dielectric barrier ionizer. This component actually creates what some call a bipolar ion or clustered ion, where both positive and negative ions are combined in the same charge. This sounds counterintuitive, but testing has shown that this actually happens, and that the clustered ion, though safe for humans, is lethal to microorganisms like bacteria, viruses, and mold or fungus. This is a completely natural process, utilizes low voltage, so it's an energy-saving process, and effective on a variety of IAQ contaminants. When combined with other components, this technology produces a powerful oxidation process, and Best Living Systems trademarked it as multi-cluster ionization, MCI. It's just a better way to address many of the contaminants in the indoor environment because it produces very low levels of ozone, nearly immeasurable and safe. Best part of all, this technology is proactive. It sends the solution downstream to the pollution and will therefore help keep air and surfaces clean, even quite a distance from the equipment. There has been much concern about ozone, and I just have to say that much of it is inaccurate. Though there is no need now with the newer technologies to incorporate ozone in the air purification technologies, the production of ozone is as natural as lightning and actually causes the clean, crisp smell that we get after a thunderstorm or at the beach or in the mountains. Called nature's cleaning product, ozone can be a very powerful oxidizer and when used correctly can be very effective. Though highly efficient for smoke cleanup and fire restoration projects, more IAQ professionals steer customers away from the use of ozone, even at low levels, due to the sensitivity of young children, the elderly, and immunosuppressed people. I'm thankful that there are technologies that have advanced beyond our need for a discussion about the value or limitation of this specifically proactive technology. This brings us to ultraviolet lamps, the darling of the HVAC industry. It's long been known that UV light at the germicidal wavelength, 254 nanometer, is extremely effective against microbials. The food processing industry, the post office, and other applications have been fully convinced of its effectiveness and utilized it for really tough organisms like E. coli, anthrax, to name a few. Unfortunately, in the air conditioning system, the limitations of the technology enable it to be very effective in cleaning the surfaces on the inside of the air handler, but not very effective in sending any of that cleansing power downstream into the airflow. Why? Well, the UV technology has two major limitations: time and proximity. How long is the microorganism exposed to the light, and how close is it to the light? In most cases, air conditioning contractors have found that due to the high rate of speed with the air racing past the UV light, that the bugs hardly get a sunburn. Ultraviolet light is great for the surfaces inside the system, but not very effective in the air stream. It really is a passive technology, waiting for the bugs to come close to it so it can zap them, change their DNA, or neutralize them. Over the past few years, scientists and engineers have learned the power of a combination of UV, the germicidal wavelength UV, and a target plate. This UV becomes a catalyst for producing a much more powerful oxidizer than actually does get into the airstream, clean the air and surfaces downstream from the air handler. When combining these two, the UV and the target plate can then be coated with multiple coatings of different metals, its shape altered to expose more of the surface to the UV, and in turn produce a powerful clustered ion similar to the dielectric barrier ionizer we discussed earlier. This proactive technology is becoming the choice for all air purification technologies, and when combined with other components, as we'll discuss in a moment, air purification technology has now taken a turn toward becoming the foundation for creating clean, healthy environments indoors. No longer is this technology an option, but a must for anyone who's interested in addressing all the pollutants now found in indoor environments. This concludes our training on IAQ technologies. IAQ Basics 101. Remember that the combination of many components into a single product is the very best way to address all of the contaminants in any environment. You've got a multifaceted problem, you need a multi-strategic solution. If you have a greater interest in the products that have been developed around the clustered ion, multi-cluster ionization trademark, we have provided a module on your page entitled BLS Products to help you better understand the options you may have for your own use or may want to offer to your clients. The trademarked MCI multi-cluster ionization technology are incorporated in all of these products, from HVAC probes to standalones. They're affordable, effective, and efficacious for air and surfaces in virtually any environment. Safe for humans, but lethal to microbes. Thank you for taking the time to get better educated on the basics of IAQ. We offer more advanced trainings in the IAQ field, which includes specific trainings on mold, formaldehyde, as well as more trainings in the indoor air quality field itself. And we look forward to providing more information in the classes ahead.
Perfect Fit Filter by Best Living Systems, another innovative product by Best Living Systems that will change the way you breathe indoors. Older style filters use cardboard frames which become quickly filled up with mold and dead skin cells, causing them to flex inward and allow air to go right past the filter. With the Perfect Fit Filter, there is no blow-by. Because there is no cardboard for the mold to eat, this Perfect Fit Filter is designed with a sturdy internal frame and sized to fit virtually any size opening. It allows the edges of the filter media to enclose the frame of your return air grills, so every cubic inch of air is filtered. No reason to go searching for your specific size in your local big box store. The Perfect Fit Filter is shipped directly to you when you need them. In a home or office environment, this incredible 1-inch filter provides MERV 7 protection to serve as a 90-day filter. How can you leave this filter in for 90 days? Popular pleated filters provide tiny crevices where mold and bacteria get trapped. Because you are bringing to their nests dead skin cells and other organic materials, the microbes find a safe harbor, an environment where they can grow and reproduce. This is called bionesting, and the Perfect Fit Filter reduces the possibility of these microbes contaminating the air we breathe. Because the Perfect Fit Filter is rated with a MERV 7, the industry standard for 1-inch filters, it does not restrict airflow or put unnecessary strain on your air handler. The Perfect Fit Filter, now available by monthly subscription and free shipping at perfectfitfilter.com. The Perfect Fit for people who like to breathe.
I'd like to welcome Michelle Blevins to our cast today. I've talked with Michelle quite a bit, and I've met her several times at multiple trade shows. It's always fun to have a conversation with her, and I thought it'd be really good to bring her in here tonight to talk about who she is, how she's involved in the industry, and the magazine that she is running. So, Michelle, how about a quick hello?
Hello. Thanks so much for having me, Lance. I really appreciate it. And hello to everyone who's watching or listening.
Well, thank you. Well, let's get right into it. Tell us a little bit about you before we even get into the magazine side, because that's really fascinating to me, but I want to know more about you.
Okay, so I have been in the restoration industry since 2015. I have a background in TV and print journalism. My first job out of college was at a very local small town newspaper in very rural Indiana. We still did court news and going over to the courthouse to look through the big ledgers and see who got arrested that week and who got divorced and who had the land transfers and all that. That's where I really cut my teeth in relationships and all of that. Also where I covered my first flood. There was a very localized flood there, and there were homes that were flooded that were then raised up quite a bit. So that was my first kind of experience with that. Also first experience around house fires and all those kinds of things. That's where I learned what happened on the emergency scene, but I had no idea what happened once the emergency vehicles left. So, then I was 6 years at a TV station in Northern Michigan where I was the executive producer there. And then in 2015, I joined another industry publication. I was the editor-in-chief there for a while. And then I purchased CNR, which is Cleaning and Restoration Magazine, from the Restoration Industry Association in July of 2021. So I have been running it since then. There's a team of 5 of us that are behind the scenes running CNR, and I absolutely love it every single day. I am also a mom of 2, and they are 8 and 3. My 8-year-old plays hockey. My 3-year-old is trying to learn to skate, and they are a handful, and it's super fun. And I'm excited to be here and chat more.
So if I said juggling was a lifestyle, I think it's fairly accurate.
Big time. We're fortunate that, everybody says it takes a village, and we have a village. We have good friends, and my mother-in-law is incredible and watches our younger one 2 days a week. And, I have a babysitter here. We're recording on a snow day, our second snow day in a row. So we have an amazing babysitter who shows up on a moment's notice and takes them sledding and does all the great things with them. And so we have the best possible people around us to make it all work.
Very good. Well, why don't you tell us a little bit about CNR as a magazine, because we obviously are dealing with the indoor air quality, mold assessment, mold remediation industry, and your title alone is, right there for us.
Sure. So CNR has been around since, we think, somewhere in the 1940s. It's a little unclear of the exact start date. I've worked with Pete Consigli, who's kind of the resident restoration historian, through the RIA to try to figure that out. But there's been different names throughout the years. I was fortunate enough to come into possession of some of the print magazines going back to, I think, 1975 is what I have in archives. So my goal is to get all those digitized and stuff like that in the future. But this is the oldest publication in the industry, as well as the largest publication in the restoration and cleaning space specifically. And over the years, it has covered everything from IAQ and cleaning and mold to fire to biohazard to crime scene to COVID and asbestos and everything in between. So we try to cover the full gamut of topics when it comes to restoration, remediation, cleaning, all of that.
Well, everything you just named all comes under IAQ, indoor air quality. Every bit of it. And that's kind of the umbrella that we start with and then try to funnel down for our specific classes. But, you've seen and experienced what has changed in the industry since COVID hit. And, I've said this on numerous interviews. It's like everybody woke up and found out that breathing was important. How do you see it, in the industry and specifically with the magazine publication?
I think the industry has changed in a number of ways. I think customers are looking more for the IAQ piece and making sure that when a restoration project is done, that it doesn't just physically look good, but that it's actually done healthily. I can think of a contractor in California who's dealt with a lot of the wildfires that have been out there, and they actually are on the forefront of helping with more sustainable building practices to help homes be more fire resistant if there are more wildfires. And I think that is something that the industry is learning, that we need to be a little bit more proactive in some of these things, make sure, I think COVID gave the industry a big lesson on how to actually clean. The root of the restoration industry is cleaning, right? We are cleaners at heart, and then everything else kind of revolves around it. So whether it is for COVID and we're disinfecting, or it's a fire, or it's a flood, or whatever it may be, cleaning is the crux of what we're doing. And I think COVID kind of knocked us a little bit on, are we cleaning properly, or are we just spraying and praying? Are we just wiping and moving stuff around? Are we using the right products? Are we using products that are okay for occupants in a building? Is this going to be damaging to children later if we're cleaning a school or a hospital or whatever that may be? I think that it was a good learning curve for the industry to kind of set us back on track of really thinking about what we're using, how sustainable are we being, how big is our carbon footprint? Are we using the best products out there? There's a lot more I can go into, but go ahead, because I feel like I will just start rambling.
That's okay. No, I just flew back from a seminar with Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner. And I know you've talked with him before, and he's really an interesting guy to talk with. But in the seminar that we were going through, and it's under an OSHA training, he used the term cleaning for health.
Yes.
It's a whole new direction. It's not cleaning to make it look good. It's cleaning for health.
Yeah.
And one of the examples that we talked about were the airlines, how they have 8 minutes to clean this 200-seat plane, and their biggest focus is making sure the safety belts are folded neatly.
Yes.
So it looks clean. It's not cleaning for health.
Yeah.
And I really think that's where this industry has gone. I don't want to say it's going. It's gone there now, but it's learning how to do what it's trying to do. So very interesting spin on where this industry is going because of COVID. I think it really brought everything into air quality right up front for everybody to see, and it's on everybody's mind. With that being said, the companies that I've been talking to have gotten extremely busy.
Yeah.
And one of their big complaints is getting personnel, and trained personnel is even harder.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on what they could do?
So I think that the number one thing, or the number one way to find new people, is recruiting yourself. You and whether it's the owner or the technicians or the project managers or the estimators, salespeople, whoever it is, everybody within the company needs to be considered a recruiter for the company as well. They need to be thinking about like, oh my gosh, I just got amazing customer service from this person at Home Depot. I wonder if they'd be willing to, I wonder if they're interested in a job change or whatever that may be, or a server at a restaurant or wherever you are. Be thinking about in day-to-day life, the service people that you meet and how good they are. Anybody can be trained on how to dry a structure or remove mold or remove odor or whatever that is. The technical stuff can be trained, but the character and the work ethic and all that can't be trained. So you need to be looking for people in your everyday world that carry those character qualities that then you can train for the skill later. So I know of some restoration companies where they make little business cards that say, hey, you are a rock star at customer service. We would love to talk to you about being part of our team. And then if you flip it over, there's like a name and number for the hiring manager or whoever that may be. And you can just hand those out. I know some companies where that's like almost a requirement. Like you have to every person has to hand out like 5 a week to a star player that they see. And that is going to be so much more effective than throwing out an Indeed ad here or Career Builder or whatever website you're using. That just is a really difficult way now to try to find people. You might find people, but you're just going to be, I was a recruiter in the industry as well for 4 years, and I totally understand how hard it is. I have been through many a screening with somebody who looked great on paper and they ended up being a train wreck, or you get to the final step of the process and they end up having a criminal record that isn't going to be accepted by a carrier or programs if you're doing program work. There's just so much to it. So really, your company needs to be recruiting for your company is what it should be. And something that's going to really help you also with that is making sure that your company has a good culture and a culture that's going to attract people. If people start hearing of your company or seeing your company at action within your community, even outside of restoration jobs, that in and of itself can help speak for your company and draw that talent toward you.
Well, I do have to ask a quick question before I get into my follow-up on this. Are we using now train wreck as an industry term?
Yes.
Okay. No, I agree with you completely. I've seen it. I've seen people that are hired to do different aspects of this industry that really don't know what they're getting into. They haven't been trained. There's limited training requirements or licensing requirements, depending on what part of the country you're in. And yeah, train wreck is very appropriate for, unfortunately, the end user, because that's what they wind up with.
Yes. CNR just did a state of the industry study that included feedback and answers from high-level leadership in 150 restoration and cleaning companies across the US and Canada. We had feedback from all 50 states, all Canadian provinces. So it's a good set of data to talk about industry trends. And the number one thing that we saw that companies are going to be doing in 2023 is focusing on training. more than 52% of companies said that they were that training was going to be like their number one focus for future proofing their business in 2023. And I think the thing that is coming with that is, again, we can teach people can go through normie classes, right? And learn how to learn some of these skills that they need. But again, the soft skills, that character of the person, that's so important. So I see more companies also focusing on the soft skills and making sure that their people know how to relate to customers, especially because the people that we're serving are often having probably the worst day of their lives, or top 5, top 3, whatever that may be. It's not a good day. If a restoration or maybe a cleaning company is more middle of the road, but if a restoration company is there, it's probably a bad day. So there's a bigger push to teach those soft skills. And going back to the recruiting and retention aspect, there are more companies that are realizing that if you teach those life skills, you're going to better retain your people. I mean, a lot of the people that you're hiring in at technician level may have never learned money management skills. They may have never learned how to buy a car or get a cell phone, or even like the most basic things. They might have no idea how to do that. And so kind of creating a life academy and morphing them, working through those, even if it's like 5 or 10 minutes a week, just helping with those skill sets can really help. There was a company that I was talking to last week. They're based in Michigan, and the owner was saying that for every employee, they have a PPF plan, and it's personal, professional, and financial. And they go through those, I can't remember what she said, a few times a year. And they do like their 1 year, 3 or 5 year, and 10-year outlooks, I think, for their goals. And they actually work with their team to get, how do you reach those goals? And it's not just career stuff, it's personal and financial as well. And how can we help you get there? And that helps retain people, helps them find a career path as well, and not just guess their way through the company. So the soft side of things is really important.
Well, you're absolutely right. We actually did quite a few classes for a group called Sustainable Workforce Alliance, which is basically teaching basic skills to groups of people. It was a funded by, I think it was a federal grant down to a state grant, and put quite a few people through that, just giving them basic skills, how to manage their life and be able to work and things like that. So, I mean, that's there. And now we're working with, Gavin and ISSA, and we have this big program we're rolling out through OSHA that, we'd love to train 1 million people across the US. It's one of the problems with it is, like you said, people being in the industry, and I'm looking at it as you need to train people to a professional level, or to at least be an essential level.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that Gavin had an issue with, where this whole industry, the cleaning industry, they're not considered essential employees.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, you have these major hospitals where people that are sick are going in, but your employees that have to be there to clean it are essential. When there's curfews, they can't go.
Yeah.
So it's a whole new way of thinking about this industry and elevating it. One of the examples he mentioned in the class was, if you're driving down the road and you see a traffic detail going on, you'll see a guy standing there with a stop or a slow sign. They have to go through training and be certified to do that. But the people cleaning your operating room, they don't. So it's definitely a change. I think there's growing pains right now in the industry since COVID hit, but I think we're going in the right direction. So what do you got as far as, because I know you interview a lot of people also, any of the new technologies or electronic gizmos that are coming out?
Sure. So there's a lot, and I feel like you know a lot more on the IAQ side than I do. I mean, you introduced me to AirAnswers and some others. So there's definitely a lot of technology on the IAQ side that you are far more well-versed to talk about than I am. But something like AirAnswers, I would say, would be considered Restore Tech or InsureTech. They're both terms that we've heard. InsureTech is something that I would say it's another result of COVID, right? There was a lot of technology in the industry before, but the COVID made us push forward. We weren't in customers' homes as much, or we had to be more careful. We needed to be able to get remote readings or whatever that may be. So InsureTech talks about like the Bluetooth technology that you can get through like Phoenix, for example, on your DHUs or whatever, that's going to give you remote access to your readings or whatever. You still need to be sending people to the job site. This isn't taking away jobs. It's not that level of AI or anything where people are losing their jobs, but it can help you with your moisture readings and keep up on those things. Other examples would be like Matterport and DocuSketch, where you can do 3D scans of entire homes or businesses or whatever that may be in minutes. And then you have the fine details that, you know, it used to be that estimators had to sketch it all out and that took forever. And well, I don't know, I don't have a picture of that dresser. I don't know if we put something on it and nicked it. Well, if you do a Matterport beforehand, you can, you know, if somebody says something's missing or got damaged, zoom in and see, was it damaged when we got to the site? Was it not? Finding specific areas of damage and what needs to be fixed. There's also a lot happening that I won't go into. There's a lot happening on the carrier side as well. A lot of the technology does have to do with getting paid and kind of expediting that process for contractors.
That's big down in Florida with the AOBs and all of that, which is still being an issue. I think one of the things that we didn't talk about, and I don't remember if we talked about it when we were at the last show, about the monitoring program that we were coming out with, or we've launched.
We did a little bit. So refresh me.
Well, it's a monitoring program where it's electronic devices that we put in environments, whether it's residential, commercial, or anything, that gives us 10 different parameters in real time over the internet that we're able to monitor. And what's different about this is it's not the customer that's monitoring it. It's our group of IAQ professionals that we monitor it, and we look for anomalies that are taking it out of range that will eventually cause problems. And then we notify the customer, we watch it, we help them analyze it, and then we put them in touch with IAQ professionals that can help them. You know, we're out of it at that point, other than directing them to the people that can help. Very positive response from that.
How do IAQ professionals get connected with you to be part of that? I understand that. Well, okay, I have multiple questions. First, how is this getting to the end user? Are contractors promoting this service when they're in homes or maybe doing a mold assessment or whatever? Are they recommending this, and is that the starting point?
Funny you should ask. Yes. There's several different programs, but the way that we are encouraging people to use it, there are portable kits, which are actually called IAQ doctor kits.
Okay.
You know, whether they're single units or multiple units for monitoring. I mean, this could do hundreds of units at a time. But when you walk in with this small kit, you set it up and you instantly are now getting readings being forwarded to the cloud, where you can get reports when you're done. You can also see it in real time. What the goal of that is once the customer sees how their air quality is being maintained, that they are able to get the system for themselves. And it's sold through the contractors that are on site actually doing the assessment.
Okay.
So, you know, they're there, they're demonstrating it, they're using it in their assessment, and they're exposing the end user to it. We have made it where we are only letting the end users get it through trained contractors.
Sure.
We don't want people, you know, saying it's going to do things it won't, making false promises. So we make sure they're all trained and going through it in that way.
So how do contractors get the doctor kits?
Well, the easiest way is as a Normie member, you have full access to all the training. We do it. The training is free. So becoming a Normie member at join.normie.org gets you into that. You're able to take the training. It's online. And you're then exposed to all of the different technologies that are involved with that program, how it works. And then we walk you through it from there. And then you go out and you're able to sell this program for the Normie Pro Monitoring is what it's called.
Who are you finding on the end user side are the most interested? Is it like homeowners with kids? Is it offices?
Pretty much anybody that sees the doctor kit being used, testing their environment. I mean, because they're instantly getting, which most people get now on any of the devices that are out there, temperature, relative humidity. But this also has CO2 levels. It has particulate levels at 10, 2.5, and 1 microns, which is the big thing right now in the industry of what's getting into the blood system, formaldehyde, and total VOCs or TVOCs, which are chemicals in the air. So it's a screening device that monitors 10 different things, including dew point. I'm sorry, that's also out there. And it will give us as the IAQ professionals a really good picture as to what's going on in real time and documenting it and letting the customer know that somebody else is watching for them if they're involved with the monitoring program. We've talked to a lot of people about the different monitors, and I've had them. I know you've talked with Doug. He's had all kinds of monitors for years. And, you get the monitor in the first week, you're looking at it every few hours. Okay, it's good, it's good, it's good, and within the second or third week, when's the last time you checked your monitor? A few weeks ago. Well, do you know if anything's changed? No. We watch it continuously, and that's the big difference.
We have a radon system in our house that we had put in when we moved in because we know that there's radon in our area. And I think about that every once in a while that they, when you first put it in, they tell you, okay, here's how, here's the gauge to know when it's going, or, you can kind of hear the fan running and all that. And it's like, I haven't looked at that thing in a year. I have no idea if it's really running or not. Hopefully.
Yeah. When I do assessments and I talk with people, I explain to them, I'm coming into the house with a new set of eyes. That they are there, they see something every day, they see it so often, they don't see it any longer.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch the Blues Brothers movie?
Yes.
Well, there's a scene in there when the two brothers are talking to each other and they're talking about the Chicago trains going past their room, like 10 feet away. And he goes, how often do those trains go by? He goes, so often you won't even hear them.
Yes.
And that's really the same. It's really the same thing. You'll ask somebody, when's the last time you changed your filter? What filter? One for your air conditioning. We have one. How long have you lived here? 20 years. They just don't know. And these are true stories. These are the things that I ask people, and the way they've responded, they just don't know because they don't see it on a rare occasion. They see it constantly, so they don't see it anymore. It's like being nose blind in a house that smells really bad. After 5 minutes, you don't smell it any longer. Same, well, for the most part, same kind of situation.
It depends on how bad it is, but a barn, yes, you can go into a barn and lose the smell. I'm thinking about anyway.
But again, it's going you with the new set of eyes and watching it from a different aspect. That's what the monitors do. They're in there watching all the time. They're not going to see something over and over and over and say, oh, that's normal, we're going to forget about it. If it's out of range, it's going to let us know.
Yes.
So that's the big difference.
That is really interesting. I wonder if I'm the type, I'm thinking through, if I had that in my house, I think I'd be so worried all the time, which is not the point. I know I tend to be a worrywart over house things. So, but excuse me, then you get to solve the problems, which would be great. And then I wouldn't worry. So,
well, and that's the whole thing. It may come across as worrying up front. People get nervous, like I'm being tested. No, you're not. We're just establishing what the norm is. And then if we've helped you get to a point where you're comfortable and it's improved the health condition of the home, there's nothing to be worried about. Just to be aware if something changes and goes out of whack. If you have a big party at your house and you have 20 people there and all of a sudden your CO2 level goes way up, well, it's not something to be terrified about. It's just, hey, you had a party.
You had a party. How many members does Normie have now?
Well, we've trained probably between 9,000 and 10,000 people. And we have people that come in and out of the industry, in and out of what we call active membership. Sure. It depends on what's going on. A lot of people do it as a part-time job. So, the numbers really fluctuate because of that. But yeah, we've trained, I'd say, in that 8,000-10,000+ range over the years. I've been with Normie since 2006. They started in 2004. So a lot of people.
That is a lot of people. I love it. All right,
so where do you think the industry is going next? Come on, get your crystal ball out. Let's see where we're going with this one. More high tech, more manpower, more let's stop and analyze what's really going on.
More technology, more AI for sure. I know that there are some really cool AI pieces that are going to be rolling out in the next year or so that are really going to help with estimating, especially. That's more on the, restoration and reconstruction side of things. But, people are never going to be replaced as this AI rolls out, but I think it's going to help considerably kind of even the playing field, hopefully level things out when they're in some of the more contentious areas of the industry, like TPAs and contractors and estimating platforms and all of that. So AI is one of them. I think that the industry is going to continue to grow. I think at any given time, people usually estimate that there's between 12 and 15,000 restoration companies in the US. I don't know how anybody actually knows that, because I think of like ServPros or Paul Davis's, or, you know, the franchises or mom and pop, you know, 2 men in a truck type companies that they open and close every day. Right. So I don't know how you really can tell that number, but you know, there was this big concern over the last 4 years of industry consolidation as the mergers and acquisitions kept ticking up. And there was a lull in the second half of 2022. I know that things are going to pick back up in 2023. They kind of have already with more acquisitions, but there was a really big concern that as the industry consolidated over the last few years, that there were going to be fewer companies. It was going to be much harder for the smaller independent companies to stay in business because some of the bigger companies would be eating the competition. And then, you know, you have a big player and a little player in one market who's going to survive. But again, going back to the state of the industry, everyone, like it was almost 100% of the companies who had somebody in their market purchased said that their company either increased their revenue or stayed the same, despite their competitor in their market being bought by somebody bigger. So I think that that's something to keep in mind for contractors, hopefully an area to take heart as you maybe see the consolidation continue over the next year or two. Interest rates are going to affect that and some other economic things, of course, but I do know that this trend is going to continue a little bit, not, I don't think to the degree it has been, but just know that even if that is happening, that doesn't mean that there isn't space for the smaller independents, because there absolutely is. And those are the backbone of the industry. I like to think Katie Smith, who is the president of the Restoration Industry Association Board of Directors, she calls herself an everyday restorer. And I like that. She and her husband run a company in Lillington, North Carolina, and it's a really successful company. It's very family oriented, all those things. And they have done just fine no matter what has happened in the industry. And that's kind of a perfect example. I know there are a lot of other companies in the same boat, so don't worry. Other trends. Those are probably the two big ones. I don't know that workforce stuff is going to get any easier. Mike Rowe in a recent podcast, or I can't remember where I heard it, but it's Mike Rowe said that for every 5 people leaving the trades right now, there's only 2 to replace them. So it might be a little bit easier to hire people now just in general, but finding the skilled people in the trades, that's probably not going to get any easier.
That is a big issue. So we've got a long way from talking about CNR magazine.
That's okay.
Well, I'd like to hear a little bit more about it. Could you just give us an idea on some of the topics and things that you've been covering, or, may tease us about what's coming up?
Sure. So CNR is a full media brand. So it's more than a magazine. Anybody who's listening, it's also all free. So you can go to cnrmagazine.com and sign up to get the print magazine or the digital edition. We have a podcast and social media channels, a YouTube channel, all of those things. So any resources you find there are brand new. I actually have a list, so let me pull this up here. So new things, we're launching a new masterclass for the industry. Last year I did a masterclass on mergers and acquisitions, like we just talked about, with a pretty well-known broker in the industry. This year we are doing a masterclass on profitability. I think that that's a big topic that people are talking about, how to run more efficient companies, more lean, those kind of things. So I will be bringing in 24 industry experts throughout 2023 to talk about very specific parts of the profitability puzzle. So I have somebody coming. These are only going to be 10 to 15 minute episodes a piece, super short, so you can listen and kind of move on with your day. But, I have people coming in to talk about like modern HR and what that looks like, to talk about how to like scaling your business, company culture and how that relates, understanding your numbers, organizational structure and what that can look like to help with your profitability. All 24 people that are going to be part of this have a different angle related to profitability, but they're experts in that area. Like their company has really excelled in that area. So they will be coming in